sun's feeling pretty. It's hotter than July. They can through the problems. They get in touch as if and they tried. From the park, I hear rhythm. All is hot on the box. Tonight there will be a party. And on the corner at the end of the block. Didn't know you would be jumping until the break of dawn. But nobody ever told you that you would be jumping until the break of dawn. Would be jumping and jumping and jumping, come on. They want us to join the fighting, but our answer today is to let our worries like the breeze through our fingers slip away. Beaches come to Zimbabwe, the world right off the one. Now's the time for celebration, cause we've only just begun. Didn't know you would be jumping until the break of dawn. But nobody ever told you that you would be jumping until the break of dawn. Nobody ever told you that you would be jumping until the break of dawn. Nobody ever told you that you would be jumping until the break of dawn. You'll be jumping and jumping and jumping and jump on. Only on you will be jumping until the break of dawn. But nobody ever told you that you will be jumping until the break of dawn. Nobody ever told you that you will be jumping until the break of dawn. But nobody ever told you that you will be jumping until the break of dawn. You'll be jumping and jumping and jumping and jump on.
KUAM-FM Hagaya, Guam. You're listening to The Link with Chris and Sabrina on Breeze 93.9. I'm just a bachelor looking for a partner, someone who knows how to ride. All in all, gotta be compatible. Takes me to my limits, girl. When I break you off, I promise that you won't wanna get off. Yo, honey, let's do it. Ride it, my pony, my saddle's waiting. Come and jump on it. Yo, honey, let's do it. Ride it, my pony, my saddle. saying, peeping your stilo. Just once, if I had a chance, the things I would do to you, me and your body, every single portion, since your heels up and down your spine, juicy floating down your thighs. Yo, on it, let's do it. Ride it, my pony, my saddle's waiting. We're coming, jump on it. Yo, on it, let's do it. Ride it, my pony, my saddle's waiting. We're coming, jump on it. Jump on it. Yo, honey, let's do it. Ride it, my pony, my saddle's waiting. Come in, jump on it. Go on it, let's do it. Ride it, my pony, my saddle's waiting. Come in, jump on it. Jump on it. Jump on it.
You're listening to The Link with Chris and Sabrina on Breeze 93.9.
I can't count the times I almost said what's on my mind, but I didn't. Just the other day, I wrote down all the things I'd say, but I couldn't. I just couldn't. Maybe I know that you've been wondering, oh yeah, oh, so here goes nothing. In case you didn't know, baby, I'm crazy about you, and I would be lying if I said that I can't live my life without you. 'Cause if no, I don't tell you all the time. You had my heart a long, long time ago. In case you didn't know. The way you look tonight, the second glass of wine, that did it. was something about your kiss, and girl, it did me in. It got me thinking, well, I'm thinking, one of the things that I've been feeling, oh, oh yeah, oh, it's time you hear me. In case you didn't know, baby, I'm crazy about you, and I would be lying if I said that I can't live my life without you. 'Cause even though, I don't tell you all the time, you had my heart a long, long time ago. In case you didn't know, baby, I'm crazy about you, and I would be lying if I said that I can live my life without you. 'Cause even though I don't tell you all the time, you had my heart a long, long time ago. In case you didn't know. The way you look tonight, like a second glass of wine, that did it. There was something about your kiss, so girl, you did me in. You got me thinking, well, I'm thinking, baby, I know that you've been wondering, oh, yeah, whoa, so here goes nothing. In case you didn't know, baby, I'm crazy about you, and I won't be lying if I said that I can live my life without you. 'Cause even though, I don't tell you all the time, you had my heart a long, long time ago. In case you didn't know, so baby, I'm crazy about you, and I won't be lying if I said that I can live my life without you. 'Cause even though I don't tell you all the time, you had my heart a long, long time ago. Since you had my heart a long, long time ago. You had my heart a long, long time ago. In case you didn't know.
Kau sinja uli di sombranzelten meg et zu ite saluda antes di niga Radzaudzan malak estrezas durante todo em memu a nogi distancia como kupugi palu zaniman malak guafi Ikonum nasugi airi prebatu la noci nai banderata gaigi pues atan fanni bandera kau Esta pagua pumalalapa Gilo tanu man libri Sentamiti man ko nobody.
Fanogi chamoru politanota kantai matunonya gitoru iluga Paraiona Parai Gloria a big body is the same Paraiona, Parai Gloria, a viva isla selva. Toru I tempo I paz, paraita, zangini na bendition. Contra biligu na fansofuam Jus bruteis langom Contra biligu na fansofuam Jus bruteis langom
Netanyahu, ufresin maisatu, arabaputei, zandifendi, ihinengi, kultura, lenguahi, airi, hano, zanitano tamoru, yes, zanitano tamoru, yes, shaku, la 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 la. Did I to get into stop that? 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 It's the who what been my ihilo Zani Biblia Ibandera Mohan yes 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 Ibandera Mohan yeah. Mastakilu, Hinasoku, Kinini Mastakalo, Ikurason, Then Imasfiku, Nanina Sinyaku, Ufresin Maisatu, Parabapute, Then Defendi, Hinengi, Kultura, Lenguahi. Tamoru, yes. Tanitano Tamoru, yes. The Shaku, la la la. Did I to get into stop that? 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 Yes, the who, what be my ihilo. Zani Biblia, Ibandera Mohan, yes, 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 Ibandera Mohan, yeah.
Good morning, Guam. Oh, good morning, everyone else. Sorry, Guam's always number one in my heart. Viva Samoru. What's up, CNMI? Good morning, Joe, sir. What kind of day is it out there? So look, you went like this. That's
is that what that means? Oh,
that's Chamorro sign language for raining.
I wasn't sure if he was saying it's raining or like that's
Or it's
another.
like-
Chris,
it's-
you got cowlicks
God,
again.
Something's sticking up. Okay.
I'm telling you, bro, water is not hair product.
I think it is. It's environmentally friendly, bro.
I mean, it's natural, that's for sure. But
I gave up, dude. I don't. If it's there, it's there, right?
okay, I'm not bragging, but
My hair's there. Okay,
Okay,
good.
wait,
Your
yeah,
hair is
get a
awesome.
tight shot of it.
Oh
Okay.
God, are you serious?
Your Honor, that's Exhibit A. No, you basically use water on your hair, right?
I do.
And let me now submit Exhibit B,
Right.
which
here
would
we
be
go.
me.
A tale of two hairstyles. Nice haircut, dude. Easy,
That's
handsome
that's
boy. Look how
bulletproof right there.
look how handsome this boy
That's
is.
LA, that's LA looks and salon selectives on top of it.
And a little side of dippity doo.
yeah.
Nice, man. How long does it take you to do your hair in the morning?
No, 3 minutes maybe.
3 minutes? What do you
If
do?
Even that.
What do you do? Because it looks like you do a little comb forward, then you do the up here, right, to get a little
Yeah, then I just comb
volume,
it and then
a little height.
Yeah.
Nice. Looks good, man. Professionally done.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. Thanks for hair shaving me. I don't want to
Hair
do
shaving.
I don't want to do a show today.
Oh, Chris has been follically canceled.
Yeah, of sensitive.
Oh, you know what? You guys, I just realized this. Looking at the calendar today, two things stuck out to me. One,
It's the first of the month. Get up, get up,
Yeah.
get up.
one,
You can be evicted today. Get up, guys.
the year is half
Go to work.
over. Did you realize that? The year is now officially half
Oh
over.
wow, yeah.
2021, half of it is in the history books.
Let's go. I want to get this one done. I want to go to 2022 already.
Also, and for a next level, next gen nerd like me, today, 10 years ago exactly, was the day that Netflix streaming became available on Guam.
Wow.
You know, they only release it regionally and everything like that. But 10 years ago today, I mean, I got an email from one of my friends, a podcaster. She frantically goes, she's like, dude, Netflix works now. I was like, really? Because we could always get the DVDs.
Sorry. Guys, we're figuring out the radio. I don't know what's going on. Everything is working in here, but it's not going out on the radio. So if you're listening on the radio, guess what? You're not even you can't even hear this. But we are on the Facebook Live, and then we're going on KUM TV at 8
Yeah.
in the morning. Okay, Jay. So it's the 10-year anniversary.
10-year anniversary.
It's only been 10 years of Netflix.
Does it seem longer?
Seems longer, yeah.
Really? And I remember exactly what I
Yep.
did. I had like my little Chromebook, and I was like, okay, you know, it was
Okay, here's one for you, Jay. Do you remember when Netflix used to mail out DVDs?
yeah,
Oh, that's going back.
yeah. Our friend Ray Gibson was actually the hugest like customer of that, like on Guam, and he got like so many people into it. But when streaming happened, I was like, okay, this is game changer right there. And I took like my little Chromebook at my house. I signed up and everything. I watched a documentary on the Muppets. That was the very first thing I did. And then I swear, I sat there for like 45 minutes and just reviewed movies, 5-star system. For like 45 minutes, I wasn't even watching anything. I was just, and I was like, yeah, that's a significant moment to me. So 10 years of Netflix today on Guam.
The only problem I have with Netflix is there's too many choices. Like, I will take 2 hours trying to pick something to watch, and then I fall asleep.
Yeah.
I swear, that's a totally true story.
Yeah, you've said that many times here before. we go on the show.
Totally true.
Like, okay, that looks good. Yeah, I might watch
Let me
that.
try
Let me
this
give that a
one.
thumbs up. And,
It's in another language.
are you a big fan of foreign films?
I love subtitles.
Ah,
I like to read. Guys, you should read more. If I'm going to tell you one thing today that you should do, read. Read
yes,
more.
please read.
Yeah. Good exercise.
I'm
for your
working
brain.
on my next book actually.
What are you working on? So Jason is actually a published author.
I am. Twice.
Sorry.
Yeah.
2 times.
Yeah, I got my own
published.
Amazon page, and I'm not flexing or anything. I'm just
Yeah.
saying it was
Oh,
a
I'm
cool
not
thing.
flexing or anything. I just write books.
Yeah,
Say,
you know, my mom's
totally
been
not
like
flexing.
been a literature teacher her entire life, so for me actually being
but you didn't
published-
write. It's not like fiction. You're writing nonfiction. Was it like coding or something?
No, my first book was a chronology of a semi-pro football season, and then the second one was how to make applications or apps for Google Glass. Remember that when I was wearing that? Yeah, it was a real page turner. You think Netflix puts you to
that?
sleep fast? Read my book.
Yeah, I remember when you were wearing the Google glasses.
Yeah, that was
My son
cool.
Lennon thought you were so cool, and he was like, "Are those really Google glasses?"
I let him try it too, and he was
Yeah.
like, I was like, dude, you have the entire internet on your face. And
Whoa!
and then 5 weeks after my book came out, it took me 2.5 years to put that sucker together.
Yeah.
5 weeks after it came out, Google canceled the project. They were like, we're shutting off all the servers. We're not making any more of the hardware and everything. So I was like,
I know. I thought we were all going to be going around in Google glasses. Google. I can't even say is it Google. Google.
You know who's still really into it though? Our friend Dr. Peter Lombard,
Oh yeah.
because of course he's an op. He's an optician.
He's an eye doctor,
But then he
yeah.
also works on. I think he works in ear. I don't know. If, he's not ear, nose, and throat. He's not ophthalmologist, but
Maybe we should have him back on. It's been a minute.
it's been
Yeah.
a while since we've
And
had.
plus,
Pete
he's
on.
famous now because he's in that GVB commercial.
Oh, that's right.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
6:28. This is the link. Good morning. It's Thursday, July 1st. Couple things for you guys. Well, first of all, it's not going to cost you $1 million to listen to the show. It's absolutely free. Secondly, the eviction moratorium has been lifted, courtesy of your governor, Governor Lulian Guerrero. Lifted the eviction moratorium, so beginning now, you can be evicted from your place of residence. Okay, guys, so I'll knock on wood there. The first of the month. What else is going on? There's a lot to talk about. First of all, this morning, Nicholas Moore. That's kind of the big one that everyone's talking about, because when it was announced that the bail was $1 million, people were talking like, I mean, you know, this because the Moore family. I mean, let's be honest, it's pretty common knowledge that they're very well off. So people were wondering. That was the talk yesterday. It was like, ooh, $1 million bail. Because when's the last time we saw that? And people were like, do you think they have the money? What are they going to have to do? Da-da-da-da. And then I heard yesterday morning from a source that the bail was posted, but it came early, so this person must have known that what was going to happen. And then he posted bail yesterday, $1 million.
Yeah.
And was released to house arrest. I actually was right at his house last night because there's a little Thai place that's right next to Nicholas Moore's parents' house. And it was just kind of funny because I just happened to go order Thai last night. Just kidding. I knew he was getting released, and I was like, let me go check this out. So I went up there to get the Thai food, and I was getting my food, and I was talking to the lady, and it was kind of crazy because we're talking about, and there were like marshals all at the house, because I'm assuming when you go on house arrest, they got to go in and make sure that, you know, you don't have any weapons or whatever they do to check where you're going to house arrest, right? Because I've actually been a third-party custodian for someone who was under house arrest, so I'm a little familiar with the process. So they probably come in and check. So I was talking to the lady at the Thai place, and I was like, wow, it's pretty busy over there, huh? And she looked over, and she was like, yeah. And she was like, yeah, but, I mean, man, $1 million, man, they're not going to release him. And this was she said that as the marshals were right next door, I guess prepping for him to be put on house arrest or whatever. So I was like, well, hey, ma'am, guess what? And she was like, what? And I was like, they did release him. She was like, are you crazy? Are you serious? I was like, yeah, he's being released right here, next door to you. Oh, my God. It was so freaky. It was pretty freaky. So, yeah, he's out on $1 million bail. And I don't know what to say other than, wow, $1 million. That's pretty crazy. 6:31. So, yeah, I know you guys are talking about that in the comments. Also, I want to say good morning to our friend Ben Lam, who's on our stream this morning. I know
Ben.
They're doing the okay, Supreme Court has extended the eviction moratorium to July 31st. Sorry. So, yeah, I guess you can't get evicted today. Or you can. People were getting evicted during the eviction moratorium.
Yeah, it's good to hear from Ben.
Yeah, it is. So Ben is they're doing this Chamorro concert at Nimitz Beach Park in Agate on Liberation Day.
Oh,
so
nice.
Awesome. He's one of my favorite performers, especially with the guitar. Oh, man, you can't beat that.
But Ben also wears the
Cowboy hat.
yeah, well, it's not really like a cowboy hat. It's actually like the cavalry hat, right? In the army. Right? That's the cav.
Oh, yeah.
Historically, they would be the soldiers that would be like on horseback that would come in.
The cavalry, yeah.
Yeah,
That's where the saying comes, send in the cavalry.
Yeah, okay.
Is it cavalry or cavalry?
That's the thing. I was just about to say, like, journalistically, we've made this mistake 100 times, right?
Right on.
In the context of military, it's cavalry.
Okay.
When you talk about like a church or the Bible,
It's cavalry.
Cavalry.
Because of the place.
And
right.
everybody always makes that mistake.
Thank you, Jay.
Including us.
6:32. Here's who's coming up on the show this morning.
Yes. Thank you.
Right on.
Tremendous lead there. Okay, Dave Della Sola, he gave a wonderful presentation yesterday to the Guam Chamber of Commerce.
Yeah.
And so we're going to have the Department of Labor director in here. We just had the Federal Department of Labor
Right,
in yesterday talking about the $1.5 million
In grants.
in grant funding for trying to get women back into work and like supporting the female workforce. So that's wonderful. We're going to get Dave's thoughts on that, and plus to ask him about his presentation to the business community yesterday.
Yeah.
And then Daphne Shimizu, the Revenue Tax Director, is coming on, and in about an hour, you know, as she always does, she's going to talk like about their programs, the payments. There was last week there was another tax refund disbursement that went out. Revenue Tax and DOA cut the checks, and so we're going to ask her about that and a whole bunch of other stuff. I'm sure operationally you guys are going to have like a lot of questions about, you know, how do I apply for whatnot, and then we've got two senators, Tello Taitigui and Joanne Brown. You actually booked them, Chris. What are you going to talk about today?
We're going to be talking about this adoption bill that there was some. We talked about it a little bit yesterday, but we'll save it. There was a public health testimony that was submitted by a longtime public health deputy, Terry Uggan, and it listed out a bunch of these are major concerns with this adoption bill 108. And
This is Terry now at CPS.
yeah, that's
Okay.
right. Yeah,
Yeah,
Terry. This guy is
We've
not.
had him on the show a couple
He's
times.
not a political hire, basically, guys. He's someone who's worked in the system, protecting our children. He knows what he's talking about. He really does. And he had released a 2-page letter that outlined a bunch of concerns with Senator Mary Torres's Bill 108. And if you watch the debate on the floor, it was kind of funny because Senator Mary Torres was just so worked up that someone wanted to amend her bill, which is kind of crazy for me because if you're a senator, that's just part of it. Like, people are going to amend your bill, especially if it's flawed, seriously flawed. And so Terry Uggan of Public Health submitted this 2-page testimony, and some of the points he raised were very valid. Like, he was concerned about how much say and involvement in the process these private adoption agencies would have. And he was saying, hey, it's a conflict of interest, bunch of stuff, bunch of red flags.
And Terry's a straight shooter.
He is. He's a good guy.
Every time we've had him on the show,
I
like,
trust
he tells
Terry.
it like it is.
I trust Terry more than I trust Senator. No, I'm not pitting one or the other, but it's like Terry works in it, so he knows it. It's his career, right? And so when you get someone like that to put out a testimony, it's so valid. It's very valid. And they had set aside the bill to address those concerns, but there was a development as yesterday, and I totally called this. Guys. Is you had public health come out and they said there's all these issues, and we're talking about adopting our children. You know, I don't think we should be fast tracking that. I don't. There's just been too many scandals involving adoption, and also you need to be prudent with the process. We can't just be raffling off our islander children. What's wrong with you guys? So Terry Uggan came up with all these concerns, submitted it, and they decided, oh, let's set aside the bill. But then yesterday, the governor wrote a letter to Senator Mary Torres, and basically, and we'll read it out coming up, she was basically like, oh, disregard everything that public health said because we really love this bill and we totally support it. And yeah, they had all these concerns, but that's why these concerns don't make any sense and aren't valid. So basically, unfortunately, public health got power checked by Adeloop because it's kind of bizarre the support that Adeloop gives Senator Mary Torres. I mean, she might as well be a Democrat. But they're gangs. I mean, that's Governor Lou's gangs. Tina Munia Barnes, Mary Camacho Torres, Amanda Shelton. Those are her girls. And she will go to bat for them. I mean, it's just kind of funny. But we're talking about adoption here, guys. I mean, this is another special interest bill that's going to benefit this off-island adoption agency that came here out of nowhere. And now our senators who support special interest legislation routinely, these 3 senators always do, they're rolling out the red carpet and trying to fast-track the adoption process, which to me is just not prudent, not responsible, and public health agrees until the governor checked them. So that, to me, that's really concerning when you have a department which is supposed to, I mean, that their mandate, especially under CPS and by the way, CPS and others had issues with this bill at a public hearing in April, so it's not just like it was public health. But I'm assuming they probably all got a talking to, too, because Adeloop's throwing their weight behind this thing.
Well, you know, the governor, speaking of our Magahaga, she had a day yesterday. Like, right at the end of our show, she went live on Facebook, and she was making that announcement that starting on Independence Day, the 4th of July.
Quarantine is over.
If you have a negative PCR test, you can skip quarantine.
Right on.
Whoop.
So I guess now maybe they're going to scale back the quarantine facility, right? So.
And then they gave away $10,000 and a car yesterday later on.
And then she wrote a letter power checking public health. So yeah, definitely a busy day.
Yeah.
6:38. So we're going to be talking about this. We got Senator Tello, Senator Joanne Brown coming up. But again, to me, it is another example of how, unfortunately, it's so sad because we have good people in these positions at work, and they have the institutional knowledge. People like Terry Uggan. The guy knows what he's talking about. And for him to get run over by the governor for the sake of political special interest legislation, I just really feel for our government employees so much because they are going out on a limb and trying to do what's right, and then they get their hand slapped by the governor just because she wants to back her girls. So unfortunate, especially because we're talking about kids hanging in the balance here. 6:38. Yeah, so we're gonna talk about that coming up. Right now, though, Jason Solis. Oh, good morning, Facebook Live, by the way. Thank you, guys. What do we got here? Rudy Meno, San Francisco Bay Area. Right on.
Hey, San Francisco, open your golden gates. That's the only part of that song.
If you're going to San Francisco.
What other songs about the Bay Area are there? I mean, there's a ton of songs about
When the
Oakland.
lights go down in
Good-
the city.
Good one.
When the sun shines on Fairfield Bay.
I was also thinking there's I mean, technically Oakland is also the Bay Area.
Yeah.
3, 5, 7, get loose.
Can't
Right, sir?
touch this.
Okay, now we're speaking Joe Sir's love
Yeah,
language
yeah.
right here. It's like
MC Hammer.
MC Hammer.
Right, yeah.
Was it Too Short?
Too short. Oh,
Too
God.
short.
Too short.
We can't say what Too Short.
Yeah.
Most of Too Short's are first
yeah.
taste.
Oh, let me do a too short rap. Beep. Right on. You like that one? Oh, man. It's 6:40. Guess who's coming back today?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Speaking of the
Fix yourself, guys. We
Okay.
got some cleaning up to do.
We're modifying like Lord of the Rings, right?
Yeah.
Lord of the Rings Part 3, Return of the Queen. Sabrina has made landfall. She's on island right now, but as you might expect, speaking of the Bay Area, coming from SFO to then go to what she came through Narita or Honolulu. I think she came through Japan.
Yeah.
But then here, I mean, it's quite a drag as far as like it being like kind of like a long haul. But you know, she's ready to go and she's gonna be in here in about an hour and a half. So she
Oh.
wants to come in and read the news.
Right. We actually have Mary Singh comments in here. Hot day and good morning from Australia.
Oh, good day.
Nice.
Have you ever been down under, Chris?
I've never been to Australia.
No. We've tried some food because Joan.
Hey, a lot of people are saying good morning to you this morning, Jay.
Oh, good morning, everybody.
Yeah. F.
Sorry.
Glenn, Chris, and Jason, you both have beautiful hair. Category is sexy, silver, realness. Thank you so much, Glenn. I was actually debating the other day if I should shave my head. Okay, I'm going to just tell this story to you
Okay,
guys real
you-
quick. Now, let me just tell you, bro.
You've only been growing your hair out. We should point
It's
out
been
for
a
like
few
maybe
years.
2 years now.
Yeah, it's been about 3 years.
You were
yeah.
always like bozu for like the longest time.
So we're talking. My niece is staying with us, my first cousin's daughter, and so we're eating dinner, and something came up where I was cutting the piece of fat off something, and my son goes, "Dad, why are you cutting that off?" And I was like, "Oh, because I'm 46." And my niece was like, "Oh my God, Uncle Chris, you're 46?" And I was like, "Yeah." And I thought she was gonna say, "Oh, I thought you were younger," but she was like, "Man, I thought you were way older." I was like, "Yeah, you can tell you were raised in the States."
Well, speaking of the States, all of a sudden my WhatsApp just like went crazy, right? Sean
happened?
Gumatauta, right, who's from Bakersfield.
Right.
So he grew up.
Was this all the California songs?
Yeah, and then you know like his parents are in the Bay Area. His daughters go to school out there. Well, his eldest daughter just graduated. So congratulations to Sean and Trish once again. Sean goes, guys, I left my heart
Right, yeah.
in San Francisco.
Plenty.
Yeah.
Well, so anyway, after my niece told me that, I was thinking all night. I was like, man, should I just shave my head again?
You look good bald. Not everybody. I could not pull off bald.
People thought I was bald for a long time because I shaved my head for like 20 years. And then when I grew hair, they're like, whoa, you have hair? So it's funny.
Do you think you could ever do that like the Angel Santos? Angel could rock that. I want to say Angel, like remember when Angel would...
The long ponytail?
Yeah, the long ponytail. And
I don't think- I
now
don't think I
they call
could.
it like, the traditional Chamorro warrior, but I could see you with that. But
Thanks, bro.
Angel owned that though.
Yeah.
Angel looked good with that
Of
long
course.
ponytail. I saw a picture at my mom's house like the other day. It's the 26th Guam legislature when they got inducted, and that was the first time my dad was in the first of his 2 terms.
He served with Ongit, right?
Yeah, so there's my dad, there's Angel Santos, there's the late Angel Santos, the late Ben Pangilinan, the late Dr. Eddie Cruz, Willie Flores was in there, Elizabeth Barrett Anderson,
Yep.
Judy Wampat, Joanne
This
Brown.
was when it was 21 senators, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
But I
guys.
was like,
Guys,
man,
I'm going to
take
tell you, I know you don't want to hear this, but we need to go back to 21 senators.
But I mean, you take a look at it. Mark Forbes was there also.
Yeah.
I mean, you take a look at it, and I mean, no disrespect to the 1926 Yankees, but I mean, that was like a murderer's row of Guam politics. I mean, you know, some real heavy hitters. And my dad was like the rookie. My dad was a new guy.
The 3 R's. Right? That was your dad's campaign
Oh,
slogan?
yeah. That was responsible, respectful, resourcul. I remember
Right.
that.
Guys, if you don't know, Jason's father is a former Senator John Salas.
Yes.
Right. And we're figuring out the radio. Thank you, guys. Karina, good morning. It says, morning, Chris.
And thank you from future speaker Chris Barnett.
Oh, God.
Have you ever considered running? I know people make jokes of it, like in the
I
comments.
did. I ran a half marathon
Yeah. No.
and a 10K.
seriously. Would you ever run for public office?
I don't know. It doesn't. I think this is more fun. But yeah, of course. People always ask me all the time. People were asking me yesterday.
But you know what's funny though, because of all your years in the radio, if you join that side and everything, everybody'd be like, "Oh boy, your ass is grass and I'm the lawnmower."
All the media be like sharpening their knives and their forks.
No, I'm just talking about the other senators, and then
Oh,
you got
yeah,
the
yeah.
media.
Oh, yeah,
They'd be like,
yeah.
what's up,
No,
Chris?
guys. I mean, if people who are like me, think like me, wanted to run, I think a lot of them would want to run as independents. And the way the election law is written now, it's pretty impossible to run as an independent, because I wouldn't want to run as a Democrat. I don't want to be dealing with all this. You got to support Lou, or else they're going to run you over all the time. I wouldn't want to be a Republican, because the Republican Party right now they're all like, let's kiss Mary Torres' ring and screw everyone else. Sorry, guys.
But there has historically been a pipeline of members of the media that have gone into.
Of course, yeah.
Clint Ridgell right now
Right,
is
yeah.
in his second term.
Of course, yeah.
Mana Silva Tyron went from being a reporter
yeah,
and an anchor to who else?
And some of it is
Brad
you,
McCready was.
you spend a lot of time like covering stuff in the media, and then you wanted like, oh, I want to go and try and make a difference. But I think mostly it's because if you're in the media, you have the like name recognition, right? That's built on just exposure, and so people are like, oh, I should run because people know the name.
Carlotta Leon Guerrero
Right,
was
yeah.
a long-term senator, and she was here at KUM, and she was
Yeah.
a sports producer
Totally.
and a reporter.
Totally. 6:45. Okay, now we got to get into the
Yes.
news, guys. The link again brought to you by Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, Jack in the Box, and IT&E. From the KUAM news team with the very latest, Jason Salas, good morning.
All right, and thanks for tagging me in all those comments, everybody. I'm going to get to them when we start the news segment. But 9 new cases we want to tell you of coronavirus were identified out of 511 tests performed Tuesday. 8,357 cases have been reported since last March. The island's CAR score has risen from yesterday's 0.7 to today being 0.8. Remember, in the last 3 days, went from 1.2 to 0.7, now 0.8. Also, 2 students at GDOE have tested positive for COVID-19 since identified as siblings that attend BP Carbolito Elementary School. Carbolito's in Barrigada. Areas of the school campus have been cleaned and disinfected, and face-to-face instruction continues as scheduled today. Now let's go back to the newsroom where Isaiah Uggan has your link update for this morning.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Hafa good morning, everyone. Guahusi Isaiah Uggan with your headlines here on The Link. Murder defendant Nicholas Moore was released Wednesday evening after posting bail. Magistrate Judge Jonathan Kwan imposed numerous conditions that include prohibitions from contacting certain individuals and refraining from drugs, alcohol, and weapons. KUM's Tyler Matanani has the latest.
Just 1 day after his magistrate's hearing, the $1 million bail has been posted for 23-year-old Nicholas Moore. Moore is accused of the murder of 27-year-old Michael Castro, who went missing back in October of 2020. Defense counsel Mike Phillips initially requested that the bail be lowered to $100,000, considering his client was labeled low risk by probation and has no prior convictions.
And they wanted $2 million, I think, because they were hoping that rather than my client having his constitutional right to be out and presumed innocent and help his attorney, that he would just be locked away, that they wouldn't be able to come up with $2 million, and so he would sit and languish in the jail cell rather than be out.
Based on the missing person release, Castro was last seen on October 29th and was operating a beige 2013 Lexus. On October 30th, according to court documents, Nicholas Moore was at his work site early and asked his father to bring him a fresh set of clothes. It's important to note that Nicholas works for Unitech Environmental Group, which is owned and operated by his father, Leroy Moore. Multiple Unitech employees noted that Moore's early reporting to the work site and need for fresh clothing was unusual. Just days later on KUAM's morning show The Link, Guerrero reported that her son's car was found in Santa Rita, information she found via social media connections. Court documents state that Castro's car was located at the Unitech property. Bullet holes riddled the driver's door, and 2 .45 caliber bullets and suspected blood was recovered from the interior. Officers conducted a search of Leroy Moore's residence and seized a Ruger P90 .45 caliber pistol. A ballistics analysis confirmed that the bullets found inside Castro's vehicle matched to at least one of the bullets to the Ruger. A mixture of blood was also found on the slide and trigger guard of the gun, which matched the DNA profiles of 3 individuals: Michael Castro, Nicholas Moore, and a third party.
If you look at the declarations and things like that, you see at least allegations of a lot of wrongdoing by a lot of other people. And I haven't heard of those people, being arrested. You just really got to wonder whether or not everybody that could have been a suspect, should have been a suspect, were investigated, or did they decide, oh, it must be Mr. Moore? From what I've seen, it looks like they decided that's our target, that's got to be him, and so they just focused the investigation on him. And that's, in my experience, that's one of the more frequent and biggest mistakes that law enforcement makes.
When asked why law enforcement would specifically target his client and not go after the others, Phillips said that he can't speak specifically on Moore's case, but he did share that based off of his over 30 years of experience, that means there are deals being made.
It's usually the first person in gets the best deal, but those are the people that they're relying on for their case, and people that were either involved or people that were selling drugs.
Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Tyler Matinani.
The court ordered that Moore be placed under house arrest and subject to electronic monitoring. He was also ordered to have no contact with any witnesses involved in his case, excluding his parents. However, he is not to discuss any of the cases with them. A preliminary hearing is set for July 19th at 4 p.m. Governor Lou Leon Guerrero announced Wednesday morning that Guam has reached a new milestone in the COVID vaccination effort, a 75% adult vaccination rate. As a result, she has signed a new executive order that essentially throws the door wide open for inbound travel.
Effective July 4th at 12:01 a.m., all passengers entering Guam with a negative PCR test 72 hours prior to arrival are exempt from quarantine. This is in addition to the current policy that enables all vaccinated travelers to enter Guam without quarantine.
Her goal is to reach herd immunity with an 80% vaccination rate by July 21st. Also on Wednesday, the governor extended the public health emergency for another month till July 31st. Guam will remain in pandemic condition of readiness 3. The executive order also notes that the moratorium on foreclosures and evictions is lifted effective July 1st. In other news, federal pandemic unemployment assistance is scheduled to dry up by the first week of September, and thousands of people are still expected to be out of work. But there's a new program set to launch that will provide subsidies to local companies so that they can hire more employees. Here's more on the Business Para Itautau program.
The subsidy program was first announced by the governor at an economic forum last week. Labor Director David Della Sola provided more details during a presentation before the Chamber of Commerce.
If you hire an unemployed person, and it doesn't have to be PUA or because of COVID, any unemployed person, we will subsidize you at $9.25 an hour for the first 480 hours, which comes out full-time 3 months. This is for permanent employment. I don't want you to hire and then get rid of them. That's not what this is about.
Funding will be made available for both small and larger businesses. De La Sola says they're still working on details such as how to equitably distribute the subsidies so that, for example, a few hotels don't get the bulk of the money by hiring hundreds of workers.
The governor liked this idea, but like anything else, she's being inundated with a lot of different ideas. This is one of her ideas, so I feel very comfortable that we're going to get some funding. So how much funding, I'm not sure. I asked her that I'd like to help about 5,000 to 6,000 people. That comes out to about $24 to $30 million.
He says they're also deciding whether to advance the money or reimburse employers.
I know everybody likes to get it ahead of time. That kind of opens up the fraud a little bit more. I'm going to hire 3 ghost employees. I don't like to think that, but learning from PUA, that is a reality when it comes to the smaller businesses.
He says the first payouts in the Business Para Itaw-Taw program could come by October.
Discussion began Wednesday on a bill to authorize the funding for a $1 billion medical center of excellence. The governor has pledged to use $300 million from American Rescue Plan funds to build a campus that would include a new hospital, public health, and behavioral health and wellness facility. One of the key questions is where would such a facility be located? Hospital Administrator Lillian Posadas reiterated her preference for more than 100 acres of land in Manila known as Eagles Field.
Can you please stand?
Really, in actuality, it really is better, much more safer, and more practical to then have the healthcare campus at the Manila field, that we can accommodate all 3 major healthcare agencies, in addition to incorporating DISIT with us, and perhaps even a veterans wing. So really, it's a more advantageous and more practical, more realistic, and more beneficial for the island of Guam to have it in the Manila, plus it is centrally located.
That's it for now. We'll see you tonight for KUAM News Primetime.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Also, the very unfortunate news that we reported late last night, an officer-involved shooting took place in Tamuning shortly before sundown Wednesday by the Hemlani's commercial building. A man was shot during the incident and pronounced dead at GMH. An independent investigative team led by the Office of the Attorney General was formed in line with the recent announcement of the development of standard protocols surrounding law enforcement's use of force resulting in death or serious bodily injury. More information on this case is expected today. Also this morning, 27-year-old John Bass III, via his attorney, Stephen Hattori, pleaded not guilty by reason of mental illness. He does stand accused of stabbing 39-year-old Virginia Laguatnia to death and injuring a 19-year-old female during an incident also in Tamuning at the Hotel Mayana. He was captured in Jigo the following day. Before proceedings can move forward, Judge Jonathan Kwan has ordered Bass to undergo a psychiatric evaluation. Well, in other news, yesterday's Vax to Win lottery winners were surprised and quite the happy Guamanians. 63-year-old Peter Torres took home $10,000, and the winner of a brand new car was Lucille Mariano, who just celebrated her 75th birthday last week. Here's more on yesterday's announcement.
We are now at 75.2% of eligible adults and over for vaccination. And I want to do that because I want to bring us back to some normalcy in our lives here on the island.
The island has reached 75.2% of the adult population fully vaccinated. That means we are just 5% shy of reaching Governor Lulian Guerrero's goal of 80% are herd immunity by Liberation Day. In order to meet this goal, GovGuam is enticing the community to get vaccinated for a chance to win $10,000 in cash or a brand new car. Surprised to hear his name chosen was 63-year-old Peter Torres, who is taking home the $10,000 this week. He received his first shot of the Pfizer vaccines on May 29th and his second dose on June 18th. Torres was joined with his wife Ruby to receive his winnings.
Very surprised when I got that call this morning, so I appreciate it and thank you. Thank you very much.
It's going to help a lot. Please get vaccinated.
And the winner of a brand new 2021 red Kia Soul valued at $19,995 was Lucille Mariano, who just celebrated her 75th birthday last week on June 22nd.
This is quite a big birthday gift.
Yeah.
Mariano received her first Moderna dose on February 27th and the second dose on March 12th. Mariano and her husband say this new car will make a difference in their life, as they've been without a means of transportation for some time now.
We have no vehicle now. Our car that my son provided us is in the mechanic for already a month ago. And we came down with that jeepney, over there. We came down with that, hoping you bring us here.
Winners are chosen every Wednesday until July 21st. There's still a chance to enter the incentive program. All you have to do is get fully vaccinated and register on the GVB website. That's visitguam.com/vax. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Adriana Cotero.
And as always, go to KUM.com 24/7 for the very latest Guam news headlines and join the conversation on any of our social media platforms. We're at KUM News. Stay tuned. We're going to talk to Department of Labor Dave Della Sola. That's coming up right after this break.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
KUAM News, in partnership with the Guam Visitors Bureau, brings you the Guam Safe and WTTC Safe Travel Certified Program Showcase. Look out for this powerful symbol for visitors, island residents, and industry workers alike, as it represents establishments with a consistent global commitment to safety practices. Stamped with approval by the Guam Visitors Bureau and the World Travel Tourism Council. Every Monday on KUAM News will feature a different local business who's taken the Safe Guam and Safe Travels pledge to maintain health and safety standards to get Guam back on track. Log on to visitguam.com to see how your business can receive the designation, what businesses in our community are Guam Safe certified, and have the WTTC Safe Travel certified.
Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi.
This July, Independent Guahan and Todunga Marianas presents Nat Lotlat, Songs of Freedom Volume 5. This event is a chance for the community to connect to conscious and empowering social change and decolonization through music, poetry, art, and dance. Nat Lotlat, Songs of Freedom airs Sunday, July 4th, 7 to 9 p.m. on KUAM TV8. Nat Lotlat means to give life, and in that spirit, join Independent Guahan on July 4th as we create an evening of art and creativity aimed at giving life to our community and our dreams for a more just and equitable future. Viva Guahan!
Our World War II survivors have endured more sacrifice, suffering, fear, hope, and perseverance than we can ever imagine. Their stories have been passed down from generation to generation and have become a central part of the legacies and histories of our families. As we commemorate our 77th annual liberation, we invite you to share these stories and special memories as we present My Liberation Hero. During the month of July, KUAM will feature these tributes on KUAM News as well as on our digital platforms. We ask that you start your video or written submissions with the phrase, My Liberation Hero is. And please submit pictures of your heroes if you have them. Send your emails to liberation@kuam.com. And let's give everyone a chance to reflect and remember these special times and people in our history. Happy 77th Liberation Day, Guam.
Brought to you by Coast 360 Federal Credit Union, Ordot Dental Clinic, and Vince Jewelers.
Family platter of fried chicken?
Check.
Tray of red rice?
Check.
Birthday cake?
Check.
1 case of water?
Check.
12-pack of beer?
Check.
2 cases of Pepsi?
Check. When you have a long checklist but are short on time, we got you. Get it delivered by us. Order on the app or website at uno-go.com. Guam on demand.
Shoot, I forgot the paper product.
Oh wait, UnoGo has that too.
Make sure you're connected. The writing's on the wall. 'Cause if your mind's neglected, stumble you might fall.
connection is a human necessity, one we need today more than ever. And with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances. And it all starts with yes.
GU Self Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information. After a year with so many games and events delayed or unplayed, the world is ready for anything and everything in the world of sports. KUAM Communications is ready with more games, more championships, and more specials that are guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the action and excitement. Brought to you locally by Michelob Ultra, Superior Light Beer, Marianas Irrigation and Landscape, and Docomo Pacific. Just more great reasons to tune in and turn on so you'll fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
Catch SportsLink on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday to hear about the latest in sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. SportsLink, brought to you each week by Cure Alkaline Water and Marianas Irrigation and Landscape, airs every Friday across the multimedia platforms of KUAM. Tune into the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM on KUAM TV 11, live streaming through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram. SportsLink is hosted by Dave Delgado through KUAM Sports, and he will make sure that everyone knows what is happening on the fields, in the gyms, and everywhere in between.
I'll deliver you flowers. I'm just counting the hours. Being away from you too long is draining my powers, baby. Trying to find all the words to describe what I'm feeling. By the way, you're beautiful this evening. Baby girl, don't worry about impressing me. The only thing I find impressive is you don't have wings. Cause to me you're an angelic, supernatural being. So don't worry about a thing, cause tonight's on me. Hey, how about we just hop in my ride? Cruise around till we find a spot that we like. Lay a blanket down and look up at the stars. Let's make a toast, cause tonight is ours. Yeah, take you to my place, what you tasting wine. Dozen roses in a vase, so let us say and be mine. Dim the lights just a little as I close the blinds. Whatever happens next, baby, let's just take our time. Let it all go, girl. There is no one to impress tonight, baby. It's just you and me, so let's just see what this night will bring. Let it all go, girl. There is nothing we can handle, baby.
Yo, yeah. Phenom, Sweet Time, and Scavenger. I don't think those are the real names.
You think?
I don't know. I saw something in the news that cracked me up yesterday. I don't know if you saw this story, Jay.
Our news or
yeah, our news.
Or
Guam news.
okay.
Yeah. Let me pop this up here. It's on KUAM.com. But this was this guy that got arrested in Kmart. Oh, here we go. Tony Boaz charged for trespassing in Kmart. And I think it was like he was trying to open up DVDs and the Kmart staff would come and be like, hey, what are you doing? And then he got all aggro. But the guy's nickname is Pookie. Who put that in the news? It says Tony Boaz, a.k.a. Tony and Pookie. It just doesn't seem like something a guy nicknamed Pookie would do, right? Pookie sounds like a good guy, right? Like someone who's like chubby and is always happy, he's always got food. Doesn't sound like someone who's going to be causing trouble at Kmart. I'm just saying, you're a guy nicknamed Pokey, you would think, oh, he's a stand-up guy, but apparently not. Anyway, 707, we got funny nicknames on Guam. We should do a whole show on nicknames. Dave Delasola, DeBitt, now joining us from Department of Labor. 707, good morning, Dave.
Good morning. My wife's got a lot of nicknames for me, too.
I bet she does. I don't even know how many of them we could say on the air here, so just be careful. Okay. So, Dave, let's just start with kind of uncle of mine who's on the PUA, and he was asking me if we could get an update on the batching of the PUA payments. Where are we with that?
Yeah, thanks, because every time we batch a week later, we get questions: did the batch got out okay? Is there a problem with the payments? Why haven't I received my check? Everybody's got to understand that if there was a major problem with the batch, of course I would let the island know. But every time you batch, over 10,000 in payments of individual claimants, there's a lot of moving parts to that before we release that check. We have to reconcile the whole batch. And I have a whole team of people that just takes it and runs with it. You have to make sure all the withholding is correct. There are overpayments that have to be, taken out. The last batch, we had a double child support payment that hit on everybody's, that had to be corrected. The week before, there was a little bit misalignment in the MICR checks that had to be corrected before the checks. There's a lot of moving parts, and there's always some small things that go wrong, some smaller that can be corrected than others. But sometimes it takes a day or two before we can feel that everything is good. And don't forget, we get hundreds of wrong bank accounts, and direct transfers that are not quite correct. So all these things are corrected behind the scenes that people don't see. And once we are confident, then we ask the DOL for the drawdown. That drawdown, if sometimes they can get it here by Friday, and sometimes it gets here Monday or Tuesday the next week. I can't. Sometimes they act very quickly, and sometimes they don't. Just like anything else in the bank, when you deposit stuff or you ask for things in the bank, they say it take 1 to 5 days. Sometimes it happens immediately. When we can't do anything until the drawdown hits. And then once the drawdown hits, then we do the direct deposits, then we cut the checks. And once the check's cut, we review the checks one more time to make sure that there's no fraud in the checks that are going out to different people, and then we release and mail it. So there's a lot of moving parts that can, delay things by 1 to 2 to 5 days. And if you don't get your check exactly on the 3rd or 4th day, it may come on the 5th or 6th day. And everybody keeps, wondering what happened. How come I haven't got my check? And usually when they do that, the checks were just being mailed out or something. And it's just got to make sure that people understand there's a lot of moving parts to a batch. We just don't batch and ask. Before we release, $17 million, we have to review that. And that's a lot of money to review to ensure accuracy and correctness. So that I wanted to make sure we get out to the people.
Dave, what about this job search requirement? I remember we had you on a while back, and you said that July was the target for that?
Yes. So there's 2 moving parts to the job search before we can implement. The first moving part is, of course, we have to let the US DOL know that we are going to be turning on the job search. And then once we get their, affirmative, then the governor has to decide when she wants to turn it on and then do it by executive order. So just like 2 days ago, I got the authorization for US DOL to implement job search. And I've spoken with the governor, and she said that she wants to do the executive order in the latter part of July. So those were the 2 main things that I wanted to say. So sometime in the latter part of July, we will be doing the job search. What I need to do before I do ask the governor to go ahead and do that executive order is to start the education program on the job search. And one of those things is that we needed to request that that part of the software to be turned on for testing, so that our people can learn how it's done. Remember, I don't have a UI staff that is permanent. We're all learning this every time we turn on a module. So it isn't too complicated, but it is a part of the system that has to be requested through a work request to turn on. It goes into testing, and then once we test it and make sure that it's working right in our system, then we ask them to turn it on to production. So there's moving parts. And while we're doing that, I'm putting together some press releases telling the public on how it's going to work. And the basic premise of job search, and I'll give you the director's view of it, is that every week when somebody files for their weekly claim, I don't know if you're familiar with it, Chris, but one of the boxes that you check is that it asks you, are you able and available for work? And that's one of the criteria for accepting a payment for that week. You have to be able and available to work. If you're off island and living in someplace else, you're not on Guam, how can you be able and available to work here on Guam? And that's the premise. You need to, and that's that way around the nation.
Wow, Dave,
wherever you're living,
sorry.
you have to be able and available to work.
Okay, so if I'm on the PUA, can I go to the States and go to Disneyland?
Yeah, you can, but then you're not able and available to work for that week. You just can't claim for that week until you get back.
Wow.
So if you're going to the States and you're trying to promote your business, or you're trying to get hired, or you're trying to do something, then that could be an exception, because you're trying to find work, you're trying to look for work, or you're trying to do some inventory buying for your business, or you're self-employed and you're going out there to get contacts. You're doing something to further your work. Those are some of the outside things. But since you're able and available to work, once the job search gets turned on, then it's going to ask you, job search is required. Did you do any job searches? And you're going to have to say yes. It's going to say it is required that you do 3 job search. Please put in the 3 places that you did your job search. And if you don't have those 3 places, it's going to create an issue on your claim. And the one part we haven't decided yet is that issue going to stop your payment, or is it going to be a warning? And these are the kind of things that we are learning what the system does, why we are testing that module. But it's coming, it's going to happen. And we do have a form that we developed, which is just a simple box where you just put in the name of the place and the employer that you applied for, and it's not too complicated. Of course, you can always go on Hire Guam and do your job searches there. You never have to leave your house or drive around and look for hiring signs.
Oh wow!
And you can do your job searches there. But it is coming. It will be coming before the end of this month, as we get all these ducks in a row, and as we start educating the public that you have to do 3 job searches, because you have to, if you're going to check off the box that you're able and available to work, then once the governor, releases the executive order that job searches are required, then you have to go out and be available and start looking for work. So, and you have to comply. And in the PUA rules, it basically says that, if an individual who fails to comply with the requirements of this subsection may be considered not available for work and be ineligible for benefits.
Dave, I had another comment.
In the PUA guidelines.
Yeah. Sorry, there was another comment here. How about if you're leaving island due to medical treatment? Would you still be able to receive the PUA, or does that mean you're not able or available to work?
I believe, and please don't hold me, that if you have a medical excuse of a temporary in nature, then of course you are in your heart able and available, but you're not medically. But if you're like totally disabled and you can't go back to work, then you're not able and available for work. So if you have the flu for this week and you're just sick, I think that is a temporary situation for that week, and you can still, like I said, go on Hire Guam and look. But if you if you have to leave island, that's a good question, and I need to make sure that I don't give misinformation.
Okay. So PUA runs out in September, right? And I know that you had been you were at the Economic Forum. There's a program here where you guys are going to subsidize the hiring of unemployed workers up to $9.25 an hour for the first 480 hours of their employment. Dave, where's the money going to come from? Is this ARP or is this DOL funds?
ARP.
ARP. Okay. So have you had any interest since you did your big speech at the Economic Forum?
I've had a lot of interest. And in fact, that's a good question. Thank you, Chris. On your station, on KUAM, they did a nice story. Yesterday, I was the guest speaker for the first in-person Guam Chamber of Commerce meeting since COVID. And I gave more information about this program as we develop it. And I got a great reception, great feedback. Everybody was very excited about this program. And the key to this program that, the governor wanted, she's naming it Business Para Itautau. So it's nice that I got a Chamorro name that I can pronounce halfway right.
Need to get a hit and look at that salad
I maybe half Chamorro, but my tongue is definitely howling. And Business Para Itautau. So I can roll that off.
Yeah, not Business Tautau.
No, business for the people.
Right.
And basically, the governor says, Dave, I want a program that helps small businesses open up and get our people hired. And she goes, what happens if we, help these small businesses or businesses through, helping with their payroll? And so I said, okay, let me take that and massage that around and let's figure it out. And this was during my when I went back to the States. I was kicking it around. These ideas are great, but we also have to figure out how do we implement it, with GovWam rules and policies, because we're not set up to do these kind of things normally. And that's always the challenge, is people get upset because it turns into a little bit of the difficulties and not as efficient, because government isn't meant to run these type of programs. So I've been talking with her and we've been kicking it back and forth. So in order to make it simple, we're going to make it $9.25 an hour up to 480 hours. And that's 3 months of full time or just 480 hours. And the good thing about this program versus my PUA or my COVID related is that we're looking at unemployed people, not unemployed because of COVID, just unemployed. So a lot of those people that weren't able to take advantage of PUA because maybe they were unemployed before PUA hit and they didn't qualify for PUA, now can qualify for this program. So we're looking at the unemployed, and this is a program that is meant for permanent employment, not for temporary employment. So 2 days ago, we had our first stakeholders meeting, and because I'm not going to say I'm the smartest person, I'm going to design the best program, and then anything that goes wrong, we're going to blame Dave. So, me, I'm gonna shift some of that over to the private sector. So included in the stakeholder meeting, I had the women's, I had the chamber, I had the Chinese chamber, and GCA, GHRA, along with GovWam, and we had a roundtable discussion on what they want to see, what they would like, who are we going to include. So we're going to include big businesses and small businesses. We are trying to figure out how we're going to distribute it so that we ensure that these small businesses get their fair share. Right. But, let's face it, a bulk of the hiring is going to come from the big businesses. And the whole point of this is to hire our unemployed people. Does it matter to you where you get your job, whether it's small or big? You just need your paycheck because PUA is ending. You need to get your family back in order and keep them in order. And And the basic criteria of unemployed is that you have to be at least 4 weeks unemployed. I'm trying to design a program that we get the money out quickly, efficiently, and also ensure that we try to cut out the fraud. People can get very creative. And I want to ensure that, that's what happened with PUA, in the nation, is that they wanted to get the money out so fast and in such large sums of money that PUA in the States have 30% of the claims are fraud.
Wow.
They've given out $200 to $300 billion in fraud in an effort to make sure that everybody got it. And they got everybody.
Right.
Even the people who weren't supposed to get it.
Dave, in your in the article that you mentioned on KUAM News, you had a comment where, and this is exactly what we're talking about, where you had said something like, "Oh, what's to stop the hotels from using up all the money when they hire back, hundreds of workers?" Right. So that being said, is it just going to be first come first serve, or how are you going to ensure that you address the concerns that you just raised?
And that's the biggest concern. So how we're going to do it is we're going to discuss it amongst that stakeholders meeting so that we can equitably distribute it. So what I believe, and like I said, this is an ongoing design process where, we should have all the nuts and bolts figured out in the next couple of weeks as the private sector give their input on what they like to see and what they and how to implement it so that it's fair. But what I think I'm going to be able to do, or what I would do, is I'll just have everybody apply with the numbers that you want, and we'll just distribute it evenly and fairly. Believe me, the hotels aren't going to be opening 100%. They're going to be opening up in a small, controlled manner because tourism isn't hitting 100%. So and that's what the purpose of this program. I'm not looking for a program, I hope, that will just be short in duration. I'm hoping this is a program longer in duration than everybody else's program, because some businesses are tied to tourism. Some businesses aren't ready to open in the next month or two. So when they are ready to open, maybe just before the Christmas season or whatever, that they can take advantage of this program and it's not already used up. That's my vision. This is the governor's program. She's considering how much she can, fund it along with the others programs that she's getting. So she has that task that she needs to figure out how best to distribute the money. So a lot of the program that I have, it depends on what my initial funding is. And I hope after that, maybe we can extend it and continue it. But believe me, I will either do a set aside or I will make sure that there is a fair share for all small businesses. And one of the key things that we're doing is that I'm partnering with GITA. And in partnering with GITA, GITA is ready to launch the Small Business Pandemic Assistance Grant, which helps small businesses recover from the effects of COVID by providing up to about a max of $50,000 in assistance. They have a application that is being developed in the next couple of weeks, which will require businesses to turn in a lot of docs. The governor says, Dave, let's put these things together so we don't make businesses run around to 2 different applications, turn in the same documents 3 different times. So we are working together with GITA to come up with a common application so that you can either apply for her program, my program, or both of them. And you turn in your docs, so it's going to be a unified common application for both of us. And I hope that will help, create efficiencies in the application process and less headache for these businesses. So there's a lot of moving parts and things are being developed. This is a program that's being developed with the private sector, not just by government. So if you have anything bad to say, Chris, you take it up to them. You don't have to take it up with me. And I am all ears at the Chamber of Commerce meeting yesterday. They had some great questions and suggestions, and like a sponge, we're taking it in, and we will consider all that as we are putting the final touches on how we're going to pay, whether it's going to be a reimbursement or given to you ahead of time. We need to make sure the criteria, how we're going to equitably distribute how much each business is going to be allowed to hire. So there's a lot of parts here, and I know I'm taking up a lot of time, but know that we're working very hard. And one final thing is we're looking at this application is going to be coming out in the next couple of weeks because Gita is going to run her program very quickly. My program, we're going to be accepting the application, but I'm not looking to probably give out or award monies until October because we still got to close out and finish PUA. And always remember, September 4th may be the closing of the last work week of PUA, but people will still have to file for those weeks that are completed. So the 4th may be completed, but you can't file for the 4th until the 6th. And then onward, there'll be a lot of people catching up. There'll be people that are in appeals. There'll be people with issues that are being getting corrected. So for the next couple months after September, there will be people still getting their checks. So it's not the end of the checks. It's just the end of the qualified weeks that will be allowed to file.
Right on.
Is that enough, Chris?
Yeah, that's good, Dave. Thank you. Good talk.
Anytime, my friend.
Okay, my friend. I'll see you. There you go. Dave Delasola, Daphne Shimazu standing by in the KUAM News Zoom room. We're going to take a quick break just to let you digest all that information that Dave just spewed out on the link here, which is brought to you by Pacific Points, Cowboy Enterprises.
Spewed?
Spewed wasn't the right word.
Disseminated, maybe?
Disseminated.
Shared?
Brought forth.
Educated us with? Or spewed?
Sorry, Dave. Spewed. It just came out. I don't know what.
Thanks. I'll bring a bucket next to me next time.
All right. Good times.
We're going to work on our vocabulary, and we'll be right back after this.
I don't know where that came from, but it's 7:30 of the 1st of July, right here on the link. We're back with more next. We're also brought to you by Jack in the Box. Good morning.
Get more. Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook. KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link.
June makes the best malasadas in Hawaii, a fact not lost on Daryl, whose brother Byron is cooking the onaga he caught at his secret fishing spot with his girlfriend Malia, who used to work for the Shave Ice Guy, whose second cousin Vince drives the school bus ridden by Calais, whose auntie makes the best malasadas in Hawaii. Everything here is connected, and with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances, and it all starts with yes.
This July, Independent Guahan and Todunga Marianas presents Nat Lotlat, Songs of Freedom Volume 5. This event is a chance for the community to connect to conscious and empowering social change and decolonization through music, poetry, art, and dance. Nat Lotlat, Songs of Freedom airs Sunday, July 4th, 7 to 9 p.m. on KUAM TV8. Nat Lotlat means to give life, and in that spirit, join Independent Guahan on July 4th as we create an evening of art and creativity aimed at giving life to our community and our dreams for a more just and equitable future. Viva Guahan!
Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi. GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
KUAM Communications continues our perpetuation of our Chamorro culture, language, and heritage with features available to our listening and viewing audience, including streaming of Chamorro music 24 hours per day on Isla Digital Radio on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app. Chamorro News Update, weekdays on The Link and the KUAM News YouTube channel. Conversations about life in our Chamorro language podcast, Cuentos Tapoco, with Kin Conception. Seasonal specials, shows, and other features highlighting the beauty of our language, culture, and history. It's a new era of our continued commitment to our Chamorro heritage. Isla, watch, listen, stream. Viva Isla!
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KUAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KUAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KUAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
As a reporter, I often ask people what compelled them to get the COVID-19 vaccine. For me, someone who's lived through coronavirus, I can't help but fear the idea of possibly infecting others, unknowingly passing it along to someone with a lesser immune system, someone's mother, father, grandparent, or someone who wouldn't be as blessed to suffer only minor symptoms. When I contracted COVID, that is what weighed most on my heart and mind, and that's why I did everything in my power to prevent this from happening, by following public health protocols. And now I am doing the same thing, being mindful my decisions, choices, and actions don't only affect me, but the entire nation. So I chose to get vaccinated, simply to protect others. My name is Adriana Cotero. I'm a KUAM News reporter and anchor, and a proud member of the Vaccination.
Join the vaccination. Scan and plan. For more information, go to KUAM.com.
Brought to you by American Medical Center, your partner in healthcare. I decided to get vaccinated because just thinking about all the lives lost from COVID and everyone on island that contracted the illness, I realized that I need to do my part, not just to protect myself, but our community. And I also realized we're still not out of the woods with variants that are out there. I want to be safe, and I want to keep my family safe. I'm Tyler Matinani, and I'm a proud member of the Vaccination.
Join the vaccination. Scan and plan. For more information, go to KUAM.com.
Brought to you by American Medical Center, your partner in healthcare.
The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV8 or from CBS on KUAM TV11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentations, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, Bud Light Seltzer, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
Our World War II survivors have endured more sacrifice, suffering, fear, hope, and perseverance than we can ever imagine. Their stories have been passed down from generation to generation and have become a central part of the legacies and histories of our families. As we commemorate our 77th annual liberation, we invite you to share these stories and special memories as we present My Liberation Hero. During the month of July, KUAM will feature these tributes on KUAM News as well as on our digital platforms. We ask that you start your video or written submissions with the phrase, My Liberation Hero is. And please submit pictures of your heroes if you have them. Send your emails to liberation@KUAM.com. And let's give everyone a chance to reflect and remember these special times and people in our history. Happy 77th Liberation Day, Guam.
Brought to you by Coast 360 Federal Credit Union, Ordot Dental Clinic, and Vince Jewelers.
Just to see you today, we are very, very sorry. we're now we're all together. Each and every one of you. We are very, very happy just to see you all today. We are very, very sorry. We don't have much to offer you. Yes, it was a that we're all together. Oh, we are proud. We are proud to let
You know, we were talking about the eviction moratorium earlier in the show, and the governor lifted the local eviction moratorium. Well, it's effective today. But there is still a federal eviction moratorium in place at the Supreme Court. I just found this on the web. The Supreme Court leaves the Centers for Disease Control's moratorium on evictions in place. And this was, they just made this ruling Tuesday, stateside. They refused to lift a ban on evictions for tenants who have failed to pay all or some rent during the coronavirus pandemic by a 5-4 vote. The court left in place the nationwide moratorium on evictions issued by the CDC. The Alabama Association of Realtors had challenged the moratorium. Justice Brett Kavanaugh, the newest one, I believe. Is he the newest one, or was it that lady?
I can't immediately recall.
Yeah, okay. Well, he wrote in a concurring opinion that he voted not to end the eviction program only because it's set to expire on July 31st, and because those few weeks will allow for additional and more orderly distribution of the funds that Congress appropriated to provide rental assistance to those in need due to the pandemic. And you remember one of the reasons behind the eviction moratorium was that the CDC and how they got involved was they said that evictions led to increased coronavirus cases because families or individuals who are evicted ended up then having to move in with other people and living in a crowded house where I guess they couldn't social distance. So locally, it's been lifted. Federally, it's still in place, but there's a whole process for this federal eviction ban. So I didn't see anything on the local court's latest guidance. They released like a memo about what their operations are. Oh, yeah, Justice Amy Barrett. There you go. 741, Daphne Shimizu, Revenue Tax Director in the KUAM News Zoom room. Good morning, Daphne.
Half a day, Chris. Half a day, Jason. Half a day, Guam.
Good morning.
Let's just go ahead and get right into it because I know you're a busybody. Can we just start with maybe a STIMI update? Because I saw you guys had released some straggler STIMI checks a few days ago.
Absolutely. So we're at, I believe we've paid out a little bit over $213 million so far. And as you see, I think we were at about $1.5 million average a week for maybe like 5 weeks or a little bit over a month. And now we're seeing the amounts drop. I believe we paid out about $800,000 in this last week, and we're continuing to pay. Of course, we pay weekly. There are still people who may have not filed or may have needed to provide documents so that their return could be a status, and so those are the ones that we're still paying out. But we believe we paid the majority out. But again, you know what? If you have not received your EIP-3 and you have not filed your return, you know, we're still working to process those. And so we have until December 31, 2021 to pay out EIP-3 payments. Now we are beginning to pay, or we did begin to pay since February, those rebate recovery credits. So we are seeing people file their 2020 return to receive. Remember, if you recall, for EIP 1 and 2, if you did not receive it in 2021, if you did not receive EIP 1 or 2, we've already hit, of course, December 31, 2020 was the last day for us to pay EIP 1. March 19, 2021 was the last day for us to pay EIP 2. So for those individuals who did not receive EIP 1 or 2 by those dates, they could file their 2020 return, claim their rebate recovery credit on the return so they could be paid those amounts. And we have been paying those again since February. Just want to remind everybody, though, that the rebate recovery credit is not automatic. And we are seeing some people come in and, of course, have to amend their return, and it causes some challenges as well because, again, when you amend your return, it changes the date of filing. So, we don't get to, we process in order that we receive, right? First in, first out. So, as a reminder to everybody, if you did not include, or you haven't filed your return yet, or have filed your return yet, and you haven't included the rebate recovery credit, please make sure that you do so that you avail of that benefit. Again, because the mechanism for being paid the rebate recovery credit, if you did not receive EIP 1 or 2, is your 2020 return. So you have to include it in your 2020 return so we could pay those out. And again, we are seeing some people who, unfortunately, for whatever reason, are not including those amounts on their tax return. And, that just delays getting them those monies. So if you could, just as a reminder to everybody to do that.
Okay, can we switch to tax refund status?
Yay, absolutely. So, one thing that's really, really exciting and I wanted to share, we were looking at, the fiscal team was looking at refunds and comparing where we were June 2020 to June 2021 as of last week. And we had, I believe that we had paid out as of last week, just shy of 160 million, I believe, about 157 million or so dollars in refunds in this fiscal year. And so when we compare with 2020, we actually at that time had in June 2020, as of that point, we'd paid only about a little bit over 50 million. So we're really at like 3 times the amount of refunds in terms of, payouts of refunds this year when we compare to last year. And that's hugely exciting. And that means that, of course, we've paid out, refunds more quickly. And of course, people have been able to, receive their monies earlier than last year if you filed already. So, that's really exciting. I believe that we had paid out through March 30 in the last week. We just did a check run last night, and so we'll do the media release today. I believe that check write brings us to April 4. So it's great. We're really, doing our best to move forward. And so, we can get payments out. What we're seeing now, though, Chris and Jason, is that the amount of refunds that we're going to be paying out through the next few weeks is likely going to be dropping. And that's not because we're not processing. It's because what we're seeing now is as we get into the month of April, a lot of the returns are not returns with refunds. A lot of the returns now are returns that are either zero returns or we call them BTDs, but that means that they have a balance due or they have a tax liability. So, when we're going to see now, again, going forward, that probably our refund amounts on a weekly basis may be dropping. Again, it's not because we're not processing. It's not because we're, of course, we work with Department of Administration on the cash flow, but it's just because now what we're seeing is a lot of the returns are not refund returns. A lot of the people who have refunds, of course, they file earlier, and this is in general. And so usually what we see is the people who file later are the people who owe, and the people who file earlier are the people who receive refunds. And so, again, we're just getting into that point where a lot of the returns are not refund returns anymore.
Daph, let's say that someone owes, because you're talking about, what did you say, B2D?
Yeah, BTD, balance tax due or balance.
Okay.
Balance, yeah.
So let's say
a liability return.
Right. So let's say you have a bill with rev and tax and you're supposed to get a refund for X amount of dollars, but you owe, let's say just theoretically, you owe $5,000, your refund's $7,000. When that $5,000 gets taken, what happens to the balance? Does it get rolled over? Or is a separate check cut? What's that process?
Sorry. So do you mean that if you owe taxes to rev and tax?
Yeah.
Okay. So so if you owe, your example is you owe $5,000 or you have a tax due of $5,000, but your refund is $7,000. What happens?
Yeah, if you have extra.
So we do garnishments, or what we call internally, they're called tax offsets. And so if you do have a liability to the department, and also, as you know, if you have a liability due to to child support,
right,
to the AG's Office for Child Support, or to GMH as well for an outstanding account with GMH, we do garnishments. And so, we do make sure that those are paid. We do not have control over the files that come from GMH or the files that come from the AG's office. We receive those directly from those particular agencies. But if you do have a tax due, or if you do have an amount that's going to be garnished, we go ahead and garnish those amounts. And actually what the process is, just to kind of clarify, at Rev and Tax, we print out the refund checks, or we advise or provide the direct deposit register to the Department of Administration, Treasurer of Guam, for them to make payments. And so Rev and Tax actually does not ever see the money. The Department of Administration, the Treasurer of Guam, is really the signatory. She is the one that manages and is responsible for the bank accounts for the government of Guam line agencies, right? So that is the Treasurer's responsibility. Rev and Tax here, we go ahead and make sure that we provide the data to the Treasurer so that the monies for garnishments, whether it's GMH, Rev and Tax garnishments, or the AG's Office for Child Support, those garnishments, that those are properly remitted or transmitted to the agencies, and that people's accounts get properly adjusted for those. And so, if you have a $5,000 tax balance and you have a refund of $7,000, you'll still get the $2,000 refund, or $2,000, but the $5,000 will be retained, and that will be offset against your outstanding balance of taxes. And tax refunds are garnishable. We are allowed to, by law, if you have an amount, we're allowed to do what's called a tax offset.
Daph, so I think it was last month, DOA released the list of unclaimed EIP, was it EIP 1 and tax refunds list? Are you guys sending them any more info on any other unclaimed, or is that a DOA thing?
So how it will work, that's really more a Department of Administration function, I guess, because, it's the Department of Administration. And of course, I kind of pull from my own experience in accounting and finance, because that's the type of work that I have done in my past experience. And so, of course, the Department of Administration does all the bank reconciliations. They all manage all of our bank accounts. They know, of course, through the bank recons that they do, probably on a monthly basis, what amounts are outstanding. And so they generate that list, and they're able to provide that. And, of course, I believe there was about $12 million in amounts that were in checks that were not claimed for whatever reason. My understanding is that some of those payments were for, people who may have passed away. And so, of course, that's something that their administrator, their estates will have to address or, deal with. But, there's various reasons why a person may not have received their check. We saw some people we saw some situations where, people may not have received it, even though it went out in the mail and it went to the correct address, and that Treasurer of Guam didn't actually receive the check back either. So, what I recommend to everyone is to get on the portal, to go ahead and go to myguamtax.com to check whether or not you have a check that has been processed for you for EIP 1 or 2. And if you haven't received that check, to go ahead and contact the Department of Administration to find out whether or not they have received that check back in the mail. It's important, though, to note, Chris, that the checks are valid for 1 year, and so there might be some checks that are still valid and still can be presented and honored when you go to the bank, because they're less than a year. But there are some that may have to be reissued, of course, because we did begin to make payments for EIP 1 back in April 2020. So for those that are 1 year, more than a year or more, they will have to be reissued.
Daph, I just got a call about RISE, the RISE Act, and I know we had you on last time, and you were preemptively working on the application for this. But man, they're thirsty for this RISE Act payment, Daph, and
right. And what we're doing now, and in fact, we've been working on a draft guidance. And if you saw, Gita did provide some guidance ahead of the ARP guidance that we're receiving for a program that they're running. We're going to do something similar. we're targeting to get that guidance out by the end of the week, which is tomorrow. I've been going back and forth with, of course, comms Crystal Paco, just to make sure that, our release and the information in our release is accurate and that we're communicating. I'm thankful to Crystal as well, because, of course, we don't have the in-house communications person. So she helps to make sure that our message as we send the messages out are clear. And so, helps to reduce a lot of the confusion. And so we've been going back and forth with Crystal. And so I expect that we'll have some more information on the RISE Act and the guidance and the documents that will be required by tomorrow. And it won't be the application form, because of course we will not open the application form until we receive the final ARP guidance. And also, but we will be working to provide just general guidance so people know what documents they will need if they want to apply for the RISE Act. And just to kind of recap what's required, and if you just here, I'm going to go ahead and just kind of go through it. In terms of eligibility, this particular program is open to all Guam taxpayers who filed a Guam 1040 income tax return for 2020, or alternately filed and have validly filed and processed 2019 return. It's also open to people who may not have filed, but who receive Form SSA 1099 because they are a Social Security or other federal benefit recipient, and that is for 2020 or 2019. And it's as well for those individuals who may have not had to file a return because they were non-filers. And so, but you also had to be a resident of Guam in 2020. There are income thresholds, Chris, and so if you're for married filing joint, you cannot exceed 80,000. For a single filer, a head of household, or a qualifying widower or married filing separate filers, you can't exceed 40,000. And you cannot be a non-resident alien, or of course, an estate or trust, or an individual has passed away, also doesn't qualify. So all of those are just kind of the basic eligibility requirements for this program. Of course, the actual law itself, which passed in December, was only excluded government of Guam, or government and both the local and federal government employees and retirees. The executive order EO 2021-11 actually expanded the public law 35-136 so that it includes government employees and also government retirees. And so now that's been expanded. And again, of course, eligibility is not automatic. We're going to be requiring an actual application form, and also, requiring that people submit. It's a Form 8821, which is authorization for the department to utilize their tax return information to process payments for this program.
Do you anticipate, or do you have a date when the application will go live?
I don't have an actual date, but our target is to get that application up and running, and of course available online and by paper by the time that the final guidance is provided. And so, that's something that we're working on now, and we've been working on for the last several weeks. And so, again, our goal is to make sure that we are ready once the guidance is also provided. The final guidance for the ARP Act funding is provided, and that's what we're doing. And I'm not sure, I'm not as familiar with the guidelines and the timeframes for those ARP funding guidelines. I know DOA and BBMR are following that very closely, but that's something that I'm not as familiar with.
All right. I guess we'll just close off here with DMV operation status. How's the new vehicle registration satellite office over there at DPW?
You know what? I've heard a lot of really great comments about about having it up there at the DPW Building B. I've gone up there myself. I've had friends who have gone up there as well and have had a pretty good experience. DPW want to thank Director Ariola for his help to try to get that place up and running quickly. And we're very happy that our team is up there. And again, the move to DPW Building B was to make sure that we can have more people 5 days a week servicing for a driver's license here at Rev Tax in Barrigada. And so, again, we really, as a goal, of course, we strategically would like to be all together, all of the branches in our agency. We moved that particular branch out so that way we could accommodate the driver's license demand. As you saw, there were times when the line was going all the way up to the SNU right here in Barrigada Heights, and that's quite pretty long road, a stretch of road.
Oh, I'll
so
say.
now we're not seeing that, and we're very happy. Of course, we're able to see people as walk-ins. I actually had people who called me and said they've been able to come in as a walk-in and didn't have a big challenge in trying to get a license. So, we believe it's going well. Obviously there's always improvement, and, that's, then how it is there's always going to be improvement, areas to improve. And, as we find those areas, and we work to address them the best we can.
Daphne, thank you. Anything in closing?
No, I just want to say thank you again for getting me on this morning, Chris and Jason. It's always a pleasure for me to get on with you. And, of course, we have been just really quickly, just want to recap that we have, if you recall, we've been working to set up a customer call center. We did hire somebody within the last couple of weeks. It's our second week now as the supervisor for our call center. If you have any questions, concerns, please call 635-1840, 1841, or 7651. We do have live people who are manning those lines and who are doing their best to answer your questions. If you don't get in the first time, please just try again. We're doing our best again to get, to have people available so we can answer your questions and to serve our people, because that's what we're here for. So thank you again, Chris, and thank you, Jason, for having me on, and have a great day, and have a great day, Guam.
Yeah, hey, Daph, real quick, I just wanted to say I've heard from more than one person, including my own mom, that, customer service is like a hallmark of Rev and Tax, but everybody says, you guys do such an effective job of taking care of senior citizens and our Manumco when they come in for whatever kind of service and everything like that. So on behalf of all seniors and everything like that, you guys are doing an amazing job.
Oh, thank you so much, Jason. Our Manumco, it's part of our culture. Our Manumco are very hugely important to us. Our Manumco, our veterans, our individuals with disabilities. Of course, we want to make sure we take care of all of our people, but we do our best to make sure we serve, because I think for myself, being someone who had a family member that I, under my care, who I was also part of caring for, who had a disability, I totally understand the challenges that people face. And so, I want to say thank you for mentioning that. And we do our best. We're not perfect, far from perfect over here, but we do our best every day. And that is what, I tell my team, all I can ask is that we do our best, that you do your best. And, of course, again, we're not perfect, but we do our best every day, because again, we're here to serve our people. But thank you for that. We really appreciate that.
Absolutely.
And I'll relay that to my team.
Viva Rev and Tax.
Right on,
Viva,
Jay.
Viva Rev and Tax.
Right
Thanks,
on.
everyone. Have a great day.
Thank you, Daph. There you go. We had a comment here, Lance. It still takes forever for a driver's license. Lance, it's the DMV. It took forever before COVID.
Yeah.
7:29.
We've had people join this show on Zoom from the DMV, and they're like, hey, can I just come on and hang with you guys while I'm in line?
7:59. We're going to take a really quick break, and we're coming back on KUAM TV next. Good morning.
We got your 6
at 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6. Good morning, Guam. Right on. Morning, Jason.
Good morning.
Good morning, KUAM TV.
We've had a lot of information today. Just
Wow.
Two interviews, two of our favorites.
Daphne Shimazu, Rev and Tax, Dave Della Sola, Department of Labor.
Hope you guys were taking notes, and hope if you have anything that you missed or don't clearly understand, just go back when we put the clips up on YouTube, or you can even scrub back, and watch them right here on Facebook.
And that's what we do. We put all these interviews up on the YouTube, right, Jay, after the show?
Yeah, because you know why? Because when we as reporters, after we're done with the interview, that's how we go through, and that's when we look for our sound bites and put everything together. Literally, we walk in the newsroom, and we got like 6 people all on YouTube, like working on their stories.
Right on. Hey,
It's fast.
It's 8:02. We're The Link. Good morning. The first of the month, July 1st, Thursday. Wow, this year. You thought last year went by.
Again, the year is now officially half over.
Yep.
Today is the 10-year anniversary of when Netflix streaming became available on Guam. So I am stoked.
Yeah, Jay, we talked about Netflix a little bit
We also
earlier.
got a podcast coming up about talking about, like what some of our,
Streaming
big movies
services?
yeah,
Yeah.
on the streaming
That's
services
great.
and like some of the other on-demand things. So that's coming up. Speaking of podcasts, yesterday's podcast with Bree, Crimes Without Conviction, huge following. A ton of people watched it. People were
Yeah.
sharing it. And it was uncomfortable for a lot of people, and we said it would be. It took a lot of people back to a very, very dark time. And that was just, third person.
Right.
From people. They're like, even some people were like, I'm from Marianas Terrace. I knew how scary it was to be in the neighborhood at that
It
time.
was interesting to go through the comments because some people were like, I really remember that. And then other people were like, when was this?
Yeah.
But yeah, this her first episode, Crimes Without Conviction, focused on the murder of 4-year-old Deanna Oli.
Yeah.
And one of the comments I saw when I was going through it, someone had commented something like, "Wow, you can tell Chief of Police Steve Ignacio is still disturbed by this case because of like how his voice was shaking."
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a disturbing case.
And sometimes
you should be still disturbed by it.
Sometimes I even saw a comment, and somebody they weren't chastising the chief, but they said sometimes when psychologically when you remember something that's really, really hard for you to deal with, ironically you kind of like laugh because it's so uncomfortable to do. And like the chief, sometimes when Bree would ask him like a question and he had to go back there and had to revisit that, for like a moment, he's like, oh man, and like you said, it's very difficult for him to talk about now. What are we 27 years later?
Yeah. So that's just one of the great podcasts we have in our KUAM podcast network. Of course, we unveiled the Hoffa Days podcast with Glenn and Josh on Monday.
And thank you guys for telling Glenn and Josh how good a job they did, because Glenn was super nervous. He was even like really fidgety like with the comments because he's like, oh my gosh, I can't believe it's coming up. He's like, do you guys have to run it today? And we're like, Glenn, we wouldn't run it if we didn't believe in it, and you did just fine. And we're really, really glad you guys enjoyed it. And again, that's the maiden voyage. There's a lot more coming from that. Glenn and Josh have a lot of ideas about what they want to talk about.
Right.
Make it interactive, incorporate your ideas, your questions, your concerns.
Yeah, and we've got a bunch of other podcasts. Chubby, our buddy Jesse Rosario, Boca Box. We're bringing that one.
That's coming up next Tuesday.
We've got Quentosta Pagu with Kin Conception. That's our Chamorro language podcast, and a whole bunch of other great podcasts. We're doing a gaming one.
Yeah. So Ken Sinicolas, who is like he was instrumental in getting the whole like
esports
thing here.
Esports
at a variety of levels. It was kind of like this underground movement, and then it became. There were events that were held. Initially, they were just at like mayor's offices or somebody's house, and then they were being held like at the malls. And now there are esports in the public school system. They're at the university level and everything like that. And I mean, at his core, Ken is like a gamer. Ask Ken about like a video game, and then just sit back and be prepared to like watch him lecture for like 20 minutes.
Right on
the finer points of it. And and then we're doing like a movie podcast about what's coming out on streaming services, on the on-demand.
And much more. I mean, we've got, and then we're also going to be sharing Sean Gumatau's That's All podcast on our KUAM podcast network.
Yeah, and if you like Chris's opinions, you should hear like Sean. Sean can tell some stories too, and
he can.
He's very forthright with them. Saying we touched on this yesterday. Like what he feels about like the current events and the state of the world and the way society has evolved or devolved depending on where your head is at and everything. And again, he's the microphone. He's seen it on the side from the media, and then on the side from from a government official, and now as an educator.
Right. And then I'm going to be doing a podcast too. I don't want to tell you guys too much about it, but the only condition I asked was that I want to do a podcast, but I don't want it to have anything to do with politics or current events, because that's what we do here on the link, and it's a bit much sometimes, honestly, just dealing with the
Is the name Malfunction in the title, perhaps?
I don't know. We'll see. We'll see, man. It's 8:06. Our show brought to you by Pacific Points, IT&E, Cabo Enterprises, and...
We need to have Joser have a podcast.
Right on, we do.
It would just be like 50 minutes of like silence.
The Tinickling podcast. It's also brought to you by Cabo Enterprises, IT&E, and Jack in the Box at 8:06. Let's go ahead and get into the news. with the very latest from the KUAM News team. Jason Solis, good morning.
Indeed we shall. Good morning, Guam. Good morning, world. Thanks so much for streaming us this morning. 9 new cases of COVID-19 have been identified out of 511 tests that were performed on Tuesday. A total of 8,357 such cases have now been confirmed since last March 15th. The island's CAR score was yesterday 0.7, and today it is at 0.8. So that oscillation, the last 3 days, it was at 1.2 2 days ago. Yesterday, 0.7. Today, it has gone up a tenth of a point to 0.8. Additionally, 2 students at the Guam Department of Education tested positive for coronavirus since identified as siblings who attend Carbolito Elementary School. Areas of the Barragata campus have been cleaned and disinfected, and face-to-face instruction continues as scheduled today. Well, 27-year-old John Bass III, via his attorney, pleaded not guilty by reason of mental illness. He stands accused of stabbing a 39-year-old Virginia Laguatnia to death and injuring a 19-year-old female during an incident at Hotel Mayana in Tamuning. He was captured in Jigo the following day, and before proceedings can move forward, Judge Jonathan Kwan ordered Bass to undergo a psychiatric evaluation. As we reported last night on Instagram, an officer-involved shooting took place in Tamuning shortly before 6 p.m. at the Hemlani's commercial building. A man was shot during the incident and later pronounced dead at GMH. An independent investigative team led by the Office of the Attorney General is being formed in line with the recent announcement of the development of standard protocols surrounding law enforcement's use of force resulting in death or serious bodily injury. More information is expected from the AG on that inquiry sometime later today. Let's go back to the newsroom now. Isaiah Uggan is standing by, and he has the rest of this morning's headlines. Here's your link update.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Hafa good morning, everyone. Guahusi Isaiah Uggan with your headlines here on the link. Murder defendant Nicholas Moore was released Wednesday evening after posting bail. Magistrate Judge Jonathan Kwan imposed numerous conditions that include prohibitions from contacting certain individuals and refraining from drugs, alcohol, and weapons. KUAM's Tyler Matanani has the latest.
Just 1 day after his magistrate's hearing, the $1 million bail has been posted for 23-year-old Nicholas Moore. Moore is accused of the murder of 27-year-old Michael Castro, who went missing back in October of 2020. Defense counsel Mike Phillips initially requested that the bail be lowered to $100,000, considering his client was labeled low risk by probation and has no prior convictions.
They wanted $2 million, I think, because they were hoping that rather than my client having his constitutional right to be out and presumed innocent and help his attorney, that he would just be locked away, that they wouldn't be able to come up with $2 million, and so he would sit and languish in the jail cell rather than be out.
Based on the missing person release, Castro was last seen on October 29th and was operating a beige 2013 Lexus. On October 30th, according to court documents, Nicholas Moore was at his work site early and asked his father to bring him a fresh set of clothes. It's important to note that Nicholas works for Unitech Environmental Group, which is owned and operated by his father, Leroy Moore. Multiple Unitech employees noted that Moore's early reporting to the work site and need for fresh clothing was unusual. Just days later on KUAM's morning show The Link, Guerrero reported that her son's car was found in Santa Rita, information she found via social media connections. Court documents state that Castro's car was located at the Unitech property. Bullet holes riddled the driver's door, and 2 .45 caliber bullets and suspected blood was recovered from the interior. Officers conducted a search of Leroy Moore's residence and seized a Ruger P90 .45 caliber pistol. A ballistics analysis confirmed that the bullets found inside Castro's vehicle matched to at least one of the bullets to the Ruger. A mixture of blood was also found on the slide and trigger guard of the gun, which matched the DNA profiles of 3 individuals: Michael Castro, Nicholas Moore, and a third party.
If you look at the declarations and things like that, you see at least allegations of a lot of wrongdoing by a lot of other people. And I haven't heard of those people, being arrested. You just really got to wonder whether or not everybody that could have been a suspect, should have been a suspect, were investigated or did they decide, oh, it must be Mr. Moore? From what I've seen, it looks like they decided that's our target, that's got to be him, and so they just focused the investigation on him. And that's, in my experience, that's one of the more frequent and biggest mistakes that law enforcement makes.
When asked why law enforcement would specifically target his client and not go after the others, Phillips said that he can't speak specifically on Moore's case, but he did share that based off of his over 30 years of experience, that means there are deals being made.
It's usually the first person in gets the best deal. But those are the people that they're relying on for their case. And people that were either involved or people that were selling drugs.
Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Tyler Matanani.
The court ordered that Moore be placed under house arrest and subject to electronic monitoring. He was also ordered to have no contact with any witnesses involved in his case, excluding his parents. However, he is not to discuss any of the cases with them. A preliminary hearing is set for July 19th at 4 p.m. Governor Lou Leon Guerrero announced Wednesday morning that Guam has reached a new milestone in the COVID vaccination effort, a 75% adult vaccination rate. As a result, she has signed a new executive order that essentially throws the door wide open for inbound travel.
Effective July 4th at 12:01 a.m., all passengers entering Guam with a negative PCR test 72 hours prior to arrival are exempt from quarantine. This is in addition to the current policy that enables all vaccinated travelers to enter Guam without quarantine.
Her goal is to reach herd immunity with an 80% vaccination rate by July 21st. Also on Wednesday, the governor extended the public health emergency for another month till July 31st. Guam will remain in pandemic condition of readiness 3. The executive order also notes that the moratorium on foreclosures and evictions is lifted effective July 1st. In other news, federal pandemic unemployment assistance is scheduled to dry up by the first week of September, and thousands of people are still expected to be out of work. But there's a new program set to launch that will provide subsidies to local companies so that they can hire more employees. Here's more on the Business Para Itautau program.
The subsidy program was first announced by the governor at an economic forum last week. Labor Director David De La Sola provided more details during a presentation before the Chamber of Commerce.
If you hire an unemployed person, and it doesn't have to be PUA or because of COVID, any unemployed person, we will subsidize you at $9.25 an hour for the first 480 hours, which comes out full-time 3 months. This is for permanent employment. I don't want you to hire and then get rid of them. That's not what this is about.
Funding will be made available for both small and larger businesses. De La Sola says they're still working on details such as how to equitably distribute the subsidies so that, for example, a few hotels don't get the bulk of the money by hiring hundreds of workers.
The governor liked this idea, but like anything else, she's being inundated with a lot of different ideas. This is one of her ideas, so I feel very comfortable that we're going to get some funding. So how much funding, I'm not sure. I asked her that I'd like to help about 5,000 to 6,000 people. That comes out to about $24 to $30 million.
He says they're also deciding whether to advance the money or reimburse employers.
I know everybody likes to get it ahead of time. That kind of opens up the fraud a little bit more. I'm going to hire 3 ghost employees. You know, I don't like to think that, but learning from PUA, that is a reality when it comes to the smaller businesses.
He says the first payouts in the Business Para Itautau program could come by October.
Discussion began Wednesday on a bill to authorize the funding for a $1 billion medical center of excellence. The governor has pledged to use $300 million from American Rescue Plan funds to build a campus that would include a new hospital, public health, and behavioral health and wellness facility. One of the key questions is where would such a facility be located? Hospital Administrator Lillian Posadas reiterated her preference for more than 100 acres of land in Manila known as Eagles Field.
Can you please stand?
Really, in actuality, it really is better, much more safer, and more practical to then have the healthcare campus at the Manila field, that we can accommodate all 3 major healthcare agencies. in addition to incorporating DISIT with us, and perhaps even a veterans wing. So really it's a more advantageous and more practical, more realistic, and more beneficial for the island of Guam to have it in the Mayelao, plus it is centrally located.
That's it for now. We'll see you tonight for KUAM News Primetime.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Well, yesterday's Vax to Win lottery winners were surprised and happy Guamanians as 63-year-old Peter Torres took home $10,000. And the winner of a brand new car was Lucille Mariano, who just turned 75 herself. Here's more.
We are now at 75.2% of eligible adults and over for vaccination. And I want to do that because I want to bring us back to some normalcy in our lives here on the island.
The island has reached 75.2% of the adult population fully vaccinated. That means we are just 5% shy of reaching Governor Lulian Guerrero's goal of 80% our herd immunity by Liberation Day. In order to meet this goal, GovGuam is enticing the community to get vaccinated for a chance to win $10,000 in cash or a brand new car. Surprised to hear his name chosen was 63-year-old Peter Torres, who was taking home the $10,000 this week. He received his first shot of the Pfizer vaccines on May 29th and his second dose on June 18th. Torres was joined with his wife Ruby to receive his winnings.
Very surprised when I got that call this morning, so I appreciate it and thank you. Thank you very much.
It's going to help a lot. Please get vaccinated.
And the winner of a brand new 2021 red Kia Soul valued at $19,995 was Lucille Mariano, who just celebrated her 75th birthday last week on June 22nd.
This is quite a big birthday gift.
Yeah.
Mariano received her first Moderna dose on February 27th and the second dose on March 12th. Mariano and her husband say this new car will make a difference in their life, as they've been without a means of transportation for some time now.
We have no vehicle now. Our car that my son provided us is in the mechanic for already a month ago. And we came down with that jeepney over there. We came down with that, hoping you bring us here.
Winners are chosen every Wednesday until July 21st. There's still a chance to enter the incentive program. All you have to do is get fully vaccinated and register on the GVB website. That's visitguam.com/vax. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Adriana Cotero.
Thanks so much, Adriana. Once again, congratulations to the winners. Make sure to go to visitguam.com/VAX if you are vaccinated, and then you can enter so that you can hopefully win in week 4, 5, and 6. Remember, they do this every Wednesday at 3 in the afternoon down at Adelup. Good luck to all, and thank you for taking care of our island community. Let's take a look at mainland headlines now. As concerns rise over the rapid spread of the Delta variant of the coronavirus, at least one area is bucking the CDC's recommendations. Natalie Brand has more from the Beltway.
Los Angeles County is now strongly recommending people wear masks indoors in public, even if they are fully vaccinated.
It is a bit confusing because the CDC said this is one thing, and then LA's come out with new guidelines, which I had not heard about.
While not a mandate, the recommendation comes as health officials warn the highly contagious Delta variant is on the rise in the county and nationwide. The CDC estimates the Delta variant now accounts for about 20% of all new cases.
We have two Americas, those vaccinated and those not.
CBS News medical contributor Dr. David Agus says the LA County recommendation is reasonable because not everyone is vaccinated.
2 shots of Moderna or Pfizer provide good but not perfect protection against the Delta variant. That is about 88 to 90% protection.
Drug maker Moderna just announced a study showing its vaccine produced an antibody response against all variants, including Delta. In Arkansas, where only around 1/3 of the population has been fully vaccinated, one hospital reopened its designated COVID-19 unit to handle the skyrocketing number of cases.
We have seen a 300% increase in the numbers of patients hospitalized here, so a 3-fold increase over the last 3 to 4 weeks.
Health officials say most current patients nationwide are unvaccinated and younger in age. Natalie Brand, CBS News, Washington.
All right, and as we do every single day here on The Link in the morning at 6 and 8, we want to pay homage to our island's indigenous tongue. Let's go over to Uncle King Conception, who has today's Chamorro News Update, sponsored by the good folks at First Hawaiian Bank.
Buenos tanapades to get sunto gifunut sa morgin ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familian Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank. Si Nicholas Moore di matake na mamuno sa ma-release gyud $1,000,000 na bail. Ano gimena ni West Magistrate si Jonathan Kwan no ordino masota si Moore lo gisenrekto na kondisyon siya ni sumano iti debinu contact mapasalista na tawtaw siya mga manasadbi binenu pat at kohot za mga no gayat mas mamuno. Mapega garis taw guma za mapupulan NTSA electronic na kosas. Masake na puno si Michael Castro gimapos na Oktubre zan si para na kausa ni mamaki gido semana antes di puno si Castro. Representa si Moore as abogado Michael Phillips. It's on a preliminary na hearing sa dia 19 igi Hulyo. Dimas anunsya magahaga Luliang Guerrero gigan Merkulis na matupod fin guahan gi 75% gi populasyon na daw sa istamang mabakuna. Sa podadzo fit ma-order ng sakitibo no san babay peta para zaman malago matumagi guahan. Ilang yan nagi dia 4 gi Hulyo gyud minuto pasaras 12 gi egan tore di pasahero ni man mafatumagi guahan no negatibo test niya PCR 62 oras antes di fan matumagi tati fan makwarantina. Este sa maalag yaza reglamento esta na tori man mafatumagi guahan sa esta man mabakuna di fan makwarantina. Akekeago i gobyerno di 80% gi populasyon ni mamabakuna pero fati herd immunity antes gi dia 21 gi Hulyo. Gibas we na order na extendi loki magahagay public health emergency para isla kasi gi dia 31 gi Hulyo. Sumagaha guahan gi pandemic condition of readiness 3. Mas talo gi order na eksekutibo as i moratorium para foreclosures and evictions sa parumahat sa Pagunadia dia 1 gi Hulyo. Mas artikulo siyempre, sitigwi mas dangkulo na uniko na inatsa gi historya ng gobernamentong guahan. Matutuhan madiskuti biyo ni natarisa $1,000,000 para Medical Center of Excellence. Estay gobyerno a prometi $300,000,000 gin American Rescue Plan na salapi para mahal sa campus ni Sumana Nuevo na Hospital, Public Health Facility, Behavioral and Wellness na Facilidad. Uno na kwestiyon ni siyempre sisu sa manugato na para mahal sa estesiya. Administrator para Hospital si Lilian Posada sa sanga na talo na tumalagona itano gisa Mangilaw na mafananan Eagles Field ni Senahong para maproproposo ni mas ki 100 hektares na minadong. Igida sa sihaw meluluy finatoto para masudait sa lapi para i-project. Mapropoposo i-leaseback na konforma dyan iparohay natsa. Ibiyo ni tinigil Senador Josan Agustin na ni Vice Speaker Tina Muna Barnes sa mapropoposo sa hulog $35,000,000 gi-isakan pero kinubri ay napasitsibisyon ni DB. Para makonsige mas talo makustyon niya itaw to administrasyon bago na dia. Yuto na sunto manunsya ni United Airlines gi inigap na para managwa 270 na manuebo na bakonairi sa 25,000 no nuebo na total siya gi 5 anyos na tempo. Gizon na news release para managwa 200 na Boeing 737 MAX dan 70 na Airbus A321 ginsan niya fleet. Masangan lokin na para ma-retrofit isabda naman sendal line na bakonairi para mananuebo san halom para naikastaman niya inatisa gisad maulig na eksperyensya. Ipremo siya na sitan bakonairi sa para manakahuloy presyon niya gisa 75% mas datanggan paron dingoy North America na lugar sa putodo gisidan niya gi domestic na network sa kahuloy gi 30% presyon niya kada madingo. Putodo siyempre kung mamakwenta ay maproposo na nebon bakonairi siya sa maski kineltos para uno kada 3 dias gi 2023 nasakan para Guam News Network, Guausikin Conception. Yasunto ifinut sa muro sa presenta sa ninafakto ni Familian Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank.
June makes the best malasadas in Hawaii, a fact not lost on Darrow, whose brother Byron is cooking the onaga he caught at his secret fishing spot with his girlfriend Malia, who used to work for the Shave Ice Guy, whose second cousin Vince drives the school bus ridden by Calais, whose auntie makes the best malasadas in Hawaii. Everything here is connected, and with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances, and it all starts with yes.
All right, we're going to go back to Isaiah Uggan now, who has our next report as he talked to Guamanians at the UOG Fieldhouse for the vaccination clinic, showing how more of your neighbors are coming out and confidently getting their shot to take care of our community and practice Inafamaulig right here on Guam.
We made our way over to the observation area of the clinic at the UOG Fieldhouse, where those vaccinated are observed for a time span of 15 to 30 minutes to see if they have any negative reactions to the COVID vaccines. While speaking with residents, they share that they were unsure about getting the vaccine, but saw the importance of receiving the shots. 23-year-old Kiana, who is a Dededo resident, received her second dose of the Pfizer vaccine. With the vaccine made available to her since late March, she shared that she was initially hesitant to get vaccinated against the virus.
In a sense, I mean, I breastfeed, so I was worried about if it would affect my son. But with, talking to family about it, it made me more comfortable with doing the vaccine.
As a single mother to one boy, Kiana encourages the community to get vaccinated.
I would honestly just say take the chance. I mean, I've heard a lot about it. I have been told different symptoms they get after the second dose. But definitely, if it does protect you and your family, it's best to get it, especially if you have kids.
28-year-old Carrie Taylor of Dededo is a nurse and admits she too was afraid to get the COVID vaccine.
I was at first skeptical about the vaccine since it doesn't have any long-term trials or anything like that known. But the other day I was eating a can of Vienna sausages and I'm like, if I can eat Vienna sausages, I can get the vaccine.
With the Delta variant on the island, Taylor urges the community to get the vaccine.
Just do it. It's for your health and it's for the community as well.
Paul of Jigo received dose 1 of the Moderna vaccine. The 29-year-old says that he was too lazy to get vaccinated. He said that he plans to register for the governor's Vax to Win incentive program and is looking forward to winning something.
That car would be nice, yeah.
Any specific kind of car you're looking for?
Mainly if they had a Nissan available, yeah, that's fine.
13-year-old Curtis Sabang of Manilao said he is feeling okay after he received the second dose of the Pfizer vaccine. He shared the same sentiments of Taylor and Kiana.
Just don't think about it too much.
Joint Task Force 671 Public Affairs Specialist Janine Guzman said that clinics have been steady at the Fieldhouse, and the average of people getting vaccinated at Operation Liberate Guam is 300 to 500 per day. Reporting for Guam's News Network, Guahusi Isaiah Uggan.
And do stay tuned, everybody, because when The Breeze continues right after these messages, and the link will continue too on Breeze 93.9 FM, we talk to Senator Tela Taitagui and Senator Joanne Brown about their thoughts about the controversial streamlined adoption bill. That's coming up right after this.
Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi.
Our World War II survivors have endured more sacrifice, suffering, fear, hope, and perseverance than we can ever imagine. Their stories have been passed down from generation to generation and have become a central part of the legacies and histories of our families. As we commemorate our 77th annual liberation, we invite you to share these stories and special memories as we present My Liberation Hero. During the month of July, KUAM will feature these tributes on KUAM News as well as on our digital platforms. We ask that you start your video or written submissions with the phrase, My Liberation Hero is. And please submit pictures of your heroes if you have them. Send your emails to liberation@kuam.com. And let's give everyone a chance to reflect and remember these special times and people in our history. Happy 77th Liberation Day, Guam.
Brought to you by Coast 360 Federal Credit Union, Ordot Dental Clinic, and Vince Jewelers.
This July, Independent Guahan and Todung Marianas presents Nat Lotlat, Songs of Freedom Volume 5. This event is a chance for the community to connect to conscious and empowering social change and decolonization through music, poetry, art, and dance. Nat Lotlat, Songs of Freedom airs Sunday, July 4th, 7 to 9 p.m. on KUAM TV8. Nat Lotlat means to give life, and in that spirit, join Independent Guahan on July 4th as we create an evening of art and creativity aimed at giving life to our community and our dreams for a more just and equitable future. Viva Guahan!
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
After a year with so many games and events delayed or unplayed, the world is ready for anything and everything in the world of sports. KUAM Communications is ready with more games, more championships, and more specials that are guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the action and excitement. Brought to you locally by Michelob Ultra, Superior Light Beer, Marianas Irrigation and Landscape, and Docomo Pacific. Just more great reasons to tune in and turn on so you'll fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
Catch SportsLink on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday to hear about the latest in sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. SportsLink, brought to you each week by Cure Alkaline Water and Marianas Irrigation and Landscape, airs every Friday across the multimedia platforms of KUAM. Tune into the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM on KUAM TV 11, live streaming through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram. SportsLink is hosted by Dave Delgado through KUAM Sports, and he will make sure that everyone knows what is happening on the fields, in the gyms, and everywhere in between.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Take them on a journey that they never dreamed could exist in a place where the love is rarely seen, and then you break up all the hate and take the pain away so you can make up time that's lost to strife and hurtful days. No, you can't fake love. No, but you can't overstand that the world needs a better way. Spread the love each and every day.
Hey, good morning. Love and Off Day 33. Guess who's back? Good morning, Sabrina.
Off a day.
Okay. Okay.
Off a day? There? Am I
thank
there?
you. Yeah, because Landon Ilet was sitting in your chair yesterday.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he stopped by.
Yeah.
Did he drop off? Wasn't he supposed to drop off barbecue sauce or something?
Well, we gave him barbecue sauce. He actually has a chart for you because you were so interested that one time in like the different types of cumulus clouds,
yeah.
nimbus clouds. So we actually have a chart.
Oh, good.
And he said next time he comes on, he's going to test you. He's going to say, "Look outside, and I want you to tell me which cloud that is."
All right.
Welcome back.
Thanks.
There's just so much going on, as I'm sure you know. I wanted to, before we go to the senators, I wanted to talk a little bit about the Nicholas Moore case because I read the Maggies yesterday, and to me there were a couple things in there that were really telling about the type of police work that the Guam Police Department and detective work that they did with this case that I didn't know they could do. Like they pinged the cell phone towers to find out Michael Castro's last known location, right? Which I didn't even know we could do that on Guam.
Yeah, that's something that the Guam Fire Department that they'd always ask people to do, especially if you're like hiking, right? And they do that when people are missing.
And
they
so
ping their location.
So do you have to have your location on? Do you know?
I believe so.
Okay. So there you go. Well, I know that kills battery, but, it might be a good idea to have that on. And then the other thing was that they were able to extract DNA evidence from, I believe, was it a toothbrush and a razor and then also a weapon? Which was, news to me and kind of huge because I don't know if we've seen DNA evidence collected or used during an active investigation.
Didn't you do an interview with Chief Ignacio?
Yeah,
And he was mentioning,
Yeah.
I was listening to it, he was mentioning something about the lab. I don't know if it's
In a year, he was saying that they're building a new forensics lab and that they were anticipating having the ability to conduct DNA testing within a year. So with this instance, I believe it was NCIS that had conducted the testing. Remember, they were involved with the case. But I thought that was pretty interesting because I didn't know. that they could ping cell phone towers and that we could even do DNA testing. I mean, right here on Guam. I mean, obviously, the feds through the military, they have the technology. But it's going to be really interesting to see this case play out.
Yeah, when I heard Attorney Mike Phillips was a
That was
defense attorney,
It got real fast, right? So we're talking here like, you know, the big defense lawyers on Guam. I mean, it's, you know, J. Ariola,
Randy
Cunliffe, David Lujan,
Curtis Vandeveld, right?
Curtis Vandeveld, Mike Phillips. But what are we missing any? I don't want anyone to, because I might have to get defended by one of these guys I didn't mention. So, but I mean, Mike Phillips, whole other kind of animal, if you will. And I mean, he's already working hard. These interviews he's given, the things that he's saying, I mean, that's all for a reason, right? I mean, and there's a little bit of history with the AG's office and Attorney Mike Phillips. As you may recall, we did a story about they haven't paid him. They were giving him a hard time about getting paid for his work relative to 2 cases that he took to the Supreme Court for the government of Guam. So I'm not saying that's going to play a factor, but I mean, he's a very, very competent attorney, and Lord knows we have seen some issues with the AGs and the prosecution division. So, I mean, it's going to be quite a trial. And so Attorney Phillips was on the news yesterday, and he was basically saying that that they're putting a lot of onus on what these informants are saying, and that obviously these are people who have a history of dealing drugs. So he was questioning, as any defense attorney would, the credibility of these people who are making these statements. And I mean, I don't know when trial's going to be, but the guy's on, I think he's on house arrest with conditions, released to his parents, right? Which I thought was interesting. Yeah, because if you go through the magistrates, it's like the parents were kind of, I mean, you know, and I want to tread carefully here, they may or may not have had knowledge of what happened, and they may or may not have been involved. I think there was something I read in the Maggies where Nicholas Moore had asked his father to bring a fresh set of clothes, right? And that the father had also told detectives that only Nicholas Moore knew how to delete video footage from the surveillance cameras at that Unitech company.
Yeah, he's the only one who had control and access.
Right.
Right.
And so, I don't know, to me it just didn't seem prudent that you would release the guy to his parents when, I mean, they're not even supposed to talk about the case. How do you do that, though? You stay in the big mansion with your parents and can't talk about the case, but it is what it is. Like what Mike Phillips had said, they had initially set the bail at $2 million, and he was like, "Oh, they didn't think they had $2 million." Well, guess what? They had $1 million. So yeah, it's definitely something that we're going to be talking about a lot.
Has anybody else been arrested in connection with this case? Since
Not that we know of. Not that we know of. Yeah, and so that's another thing too, is that Attorney Phillips brought up, was he was saying that we haven't seen any other arrests, and that there are probably deals, plea deals, I'm assuming, being made with the informants and whoever. Right. So it's 8:40. Let's go into the KUAM News Zoom room, where about to get pretty interesting here. As we have Senator Tello Taitigui, Senator Joanne Brown, Republicans, and we're going to be talking about, among other things, I'm sure, this Bill 108, right? So you guys have got into a pretty heated debate with the bill's main sponsor, Senator Mary Torres, and it was kind of relative to rules and regulations for adoption agencies setting up shop on Guam, because I didn't know, like, all an adoption agency needs to do to operate on Guam is get a business license, which I was like, whoa, that's kind of crazy. That's all they got to do to set up shop. But you guys had raised issues about a lack of rules and regulations to kind of adequately police and monitor these adoption agencies in Senator Torres' bill. And then Public Health Deputy Terry Uggan had submitted, a couple pages of testimony. And he kind of went down Senator Torres' bill and raised a bunch of issues about basically what I took away from him. And tell me if you guys disagree. He was basically like, wow, we're just giving too much authority to these adoption agencies. And there's, conflict of interest potential. So there was, I think, about 5, 6, 7 different concerns he had with this bill, and then that led to a set-aside of the bill. But last night, the governor sent a letter to all the senators, and she basically explained away public health testimony and said, oh, no, that at no time was that to be considered opposition to this bill. And then it was just weird because we saw Terry Uggan sign this thing, and he's like a longtime public health. I mean, he's a career public health employee who's been in the institution, who knows what he's talking about. And then you had the governor kind of like stepping all over his toes, coming out with this letter that basically was, we really love your bill, Senator Torres, and all the issues that public health brought up. We're just going to explain away. And I just thought that was such an interesting development. And I got to say, I called it yesterday. I called it when I talked about Terry Uggan's testimony. I said, just watch, Adaloop's going to bully him to either recant it or they're going to come out with something that addresses these concerns that public health had. And that's exactly what happened. So here we are. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. You know, Kirsty, thank you for the play-by-play. It's pretty on key, on note. We've been in there for almost 2 days discussing this bill, and you know, kudos to Terry. You know, for he's also a foster parent as well. Not only has he been over at Public Health, but he's also a foster parent, and he knows firsthand about the needs of children who have a total disadvantage. You know, and so my hat's off to him for coming out and saying what he had to say, because, you know, in good conscience, and I said on the floor to all my colleagues, you know, I hope when you go to sleep at night and you close your eyes, you can do it with good conscience. You know, you're able to even sleep. But the bill, don't get me wrong, we all agree that, you know, if there's, and I don't disagree with having an adoption agency on Guam. We don't have one. This will be the very first one. And it's ironic that there are no rules and regulations. And I brought up an analogy with a friend of mine yesterday, and I said, you know, people who cut hair have more accountability, regulations, and standards and rules than a person opening an adoption agency holding children. You have someone going to cosmetology school, have to go to cosmetology school, goes to Rev and Tax, gets a business license, and then have to go to public health to get a permit, a license to work. And that's just to cut hair. Now we're looking at our children on Guam, babies, newborn babies, our children. And it's ironic because, you know, we're having a problem with foster children. And that's the focus that we should go into, helping these children who are in foster care. There wasn't, and according to Terry's letter, a real need on adoption. He gave us the numbers. Of the 432 children in foster care, 0 infants were available for adoption. And we know that infants are the higher priority of adoption agencies because they're, you know, that's what most people who want to adopt children want, are babies. You know, and that it's pretty scary that Guam is going to allow a company to come in here without any guidelines, rules or regulations, accountability, transparency to set up shop here. We're just opening the floodgates for anybody else to come to the island and open up an adoption agency who does not have good intentions. And we saw the same thing happen in the Marshall Islands when there are human trafficking, enticing women to give up their babies for $10,000 and then selling them to parents in the States for $40,000. You know, it just, and if this company who's here, Ohala, if they, you know, really want to be upstanding citizens and, you know, holding to an accountability that we're looking for, and they shouldn't have an issue with having to, you know, go through rules and regulations and requirements needed. So it's very upsetting. We we proffered some amendments on the floor, and it was ironic because these amendments that I proffered on the floor, next day, 2 days later, we get a letter from Terry, and it was all these amendments that I put on the floor, and they failed. Only four of us voted for these amendments. And you know, that I have a couple more that I want to proffer too. So it's just so disheartening. I mean, we need some accountability, especially when it comes to our children. So I just don't understand why my colleagues are not caring so much about our children.
You know, it's confusing because in Terry's letter to Senator Torres, he raises an issue that he's not aware of existing rules and regulations for adoption agencies to be licensed on Guam. And this is kind of, to me, the center of the whole argument is you have Senator Torres saying, oh, it's public health, of course they're in charge of adoption on Guam. But then you have Terry Uggan from Public Health saying there are no rules and regs existing in place. But then the governor, in throwing Terry's testimony under the bus, says, yeah, I mean, she basically is mirroring exactly what Senator Torres is saying. What do you make of that, Senator Joanne?
Well, I mean, certainly I don't want to see poor Terry Uggan, you know, who, as you mentioned, is a career public health employee working with Child Protective Services. I mean, many years ago, Chris, I actually worked on a task force with Terry Uggan back in our early days, and this is decades ago, to address the requirements and regulations for daycare centers on Guam for our children, you know, to make sure that there was a proper ratio of daycare employee to the children, the environment these children were kept in and how they were taken care of, and what the safety measures that needed to be put in place within our daycare companies here on Guam. And we actually went to every single daycare at the time, you know, to address these issues and also formalize to ensure that these children, when parents bring their children to a daycare center, that they're meeting standards and requirements for their own safety and well-being, and also ensuring that the daycare providers were responsible individuals in our community, because you're putting in their care, you know, the most important and precious thing that we have. So I'm not unfamiliar with Terry. I've known him for many years. I certainly don't want to put him in the middle of this. I mean, a lot of the concerns that he relayed in his letter, he actually relayed during the virtual public hearing a couple months ago. So this is not something that just, you know, came up a couple days ago, just because his letter was provided. And that, you know, puts him in an awkward position, because now, you know, he is a deputy now at Department of Public Health. And then, you know, we have the letter coming out late yesterday by the governor's office, you know, essentially not really recognizing any of those key concerns, that he is a public health professional who's worked many years with our children and our community. You know, that personally puts him in an awkward stand, but certainly the issues that he's raised, you know, we recognize it, we take it to heart because of who he is and his background and his credentials that he brings to the table. But, you know, with this administration, I mean, I expected nothing less. I mean, with regards to trying to water down this whole issue of putting protective measures in this legislation to protect children. I think we've been very clear in hearing where this administration stands with regards to protecting the most vulnerable in our community. But for us, we have no argument. We've said it repeatedly. We have no argument if this legislation would include what we see are very important protective measures of simply providing the structure and the requirements for you know, the current adoption agency that's come forth that is interested in providing this service. We want that to be consistent. So any other adoption agency that may want to set up shop on Guam, that they have standards, rules, and regulations, performance standards that can be evaluated. Simply having a concurrent letter between the current DYA director, Melanie Brennan, that has been, through executive order, provided oversight over CPS, and their agreement that, oh, we're just simply going to regulate according to what? I mean, the main sponsor would cite sections of the law, but those sections of law really simply have to do with the procedures of adoption, and does not address, because we've not had an adoption agency established on Guam, so it doesn't specifically address that. And we are a bit concerned as to why something that should be expected. You know, putting these protection measures in place, I mean, the fact that it has had so much resistance is very concerning, because we simply want to make sure those standards are there. It's clear to everyone. It's in the law. And these adoption agencies will be properly evaluated. I mean, the argument is too much bureaucracy. There's not enough staff. Well, you know, this current bill as proposed doesn't put any additional funds or resources towards public health with regards to this. So it's just unfortunate, but, you know, we're going to continue to push on this issue. We certainly want people to be aware of what is going on, and certainly our public. I mean, they know what's going on. They can come to their own determinations. But the fact there's such resistance to simply putting in these requirements to ensure consistency, as Senator Tello mentioned, accountability, transparency in how this process occurs. I mean, we're hoping none of those negative things that have happened in other jurisdictions, including most recently the Marshall Islands, doesn't happen on Guam. But let's not kid ourselves. We see issues of how our children are harmed and abused in this community on a fairly regular basis. And that's something that's very concerning. It's heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking that these things are happening. And we simply want to ensure that these children that may not be born into a fortunate circumstance because of the challenges of the birth parent, whatever those cases may be, certainly we want them to go into loving, caring homes that are going to support them. We want to see that for our community. We want to see that for all our children on this island. And simply putting these, what aren't even really an additional requirement, we look at this as a standard. I mean, many other jurisdictions that have adoption agencies have more requirements than simply getting a license, a business license at Brevin Tax and setting up shop. And so, you know, we don't see this as an extraordinary requirement. We see this as what should be the standard requirement.
Yeah, Senator Brown, but I have to ask you guys about this press release that came out from the Republican Party of Guam. I know you guys saw it, but it basically says the Republican Party of Guam supports this measure in its entirety.
Well, you know, the
is that a real Republican Party of Guam release though, or is it a fake one? Because I don't know. I just want to be sure.
Unless they come out and say otherwise, right? We know there have been issues in the not too distant past about Republican releases from the party.
Did that look like a real one to you, Bree? Did it have a watermark?
It has our logo, right? It
Yeah.
has our logo. You know, Chris, with regards to this issue, I mean, certainly the Republican Party of Guam and those of us that run and exist under the banner have made, you know, our position very clear about being pro-life. And that's an important part of the Republican agenda for Guam. And we're in support of that. I don't think we argue that at all. Unfortunately, I think the press release came out at a time when this issue was being debated on the floor. And I know there was a lot of back and forth on this issue. But, you know, one of our party members kind of brought up a very good point in saying, you know, we should leave the policy debates to the policymakers, and the party certainly should be focusing on how they can facilitate the Republican agenda of getting more support, more candidates, and pursuing the main principles of our party and our community. They interjected themselves, unfortunately, at a time when we were debating these issues, and we certainly should. I think it's very important to have healthy debate. You know, if we all agreed on every little thing, you got to wonder what Kool-Aid we're drinking. I mean, we should be able to
Some of that Adelube Kool-Aid.
these issues. We should be able to do so. And that's a concern. I'm sure the party is not going to agree to not wanting to have, you know, these standards in place with regards to how an adoption agency is supposed to run and operate on Guam, and how an adoption agency is supposed to be audited and evaluated. So while I understand and certainly recognize it's in line with regards to the party agenda, that was kind of like an area perhaps they should have gotten, I shouldn't say get more into, they probably should have stepped out of, simply because we should have the right to debate these issues openly and honestly on the floor of the legislature, and be able to bring up our concerns without, you know, our party or any other party trying to interject with regards to that debate. I mean, we ultimately, once we are elected, and certainly we still maintain our Republican Party principles, but when the floor of the legislature, you know, we are there representing the interests of the people. And certainly for myself, I know for Senator Tello and a number of our colleagues, I mean, that's our primary priority once we're elected to office.
So in April, the public hearing, correct me if I'm wrong, but so what was the testimony from DYA/CPS?
Well, you know, Chris, if you've seen the public hearing, I think it was on I'm not mistaken, April, you can go on YouTube and review the public hearing, which was on April 20th at 9 a.m. And you'll see that, DYA came and testified not in favor of it completely.
Yeah.
Terry again came up and also testified not in favor of the bill, as well as Tess Archangel, who is another employee of public health who's been there for decades. But most especially, a person that we all respect in the community who's done so much for our children on Guam who are disadvantaged is Bethany Taylor. We all recognize that name as a foster child. And even her testimony, she was very confused about this bill. She saw that there was issues with it. And the last part of her testimony stating that there should be a round table regarding this bill. That we should get together and discuss this. And like I said, we're not against having an adoption agency on Guam. We just need one that has good intentions and follow rules and regulations like other adoption companies or agencies in the States, and other territories for that matter. But this legislation here basically gives an advantage to this adoption agency that doesn't even have any guidelines or rules and regulations to follow in order to be in an adoption agency in the first place. And the author of the bill keeps touting that, there are rules and regulations like Senator Brown has mentioned in our Guam law, but those laws were created for public health to follow. Those laws were created for individuals who wanted to adopt a child. And it was not created, or there were no guidelines in there created for private companies coming in and opening a private adoption agency, not companies, but a private adoption agency coming in and opening up shop at all. And what this legislation does is gives them carte blanche authority to actually take the child. And in some cases here, there's a major conflict of interest because there's a group called the ASC. And the AAC is a group of individuals that are made up of an adoption supervisor, natural parents caseworker, adoption caseworker, a third social worker staff. These are members of the adoption selection committee. And to incorporate into this committee a representative from an independent adoption agency is a major total conflict of interest. They are individuals that would place children with parents that come to their company, come to their agency, and that gives them an advantage. Well, what happens if another, adoption agency comes to Guam and they're not allowed to sit on this this panel? I mean, it was clear that we saw it plain as day that it's a total conflict of interest. I made an effort to call an adoption agency out of Hawaii. I always try and take jurisdictions that are very similar to Guam, and spoke to her about, what are the rules and guidelines. And I actually sent her a copy of the bill to give her perspective. And that was the first thing she pointed out as well. And that's also what Terry pointed out in his letter. So this legislation is such an advantage to this adoption agency, that there's no real accountability. For instance, Safe Haven, when a child is first born, it was included into this. An infant relinquishes under the new Safe Haven Act, pursuant to Article Chapter 13, Title 9, and it will not require an ACS meeting. Now, when a child is about to be placed into a home, the group gets together to discuss, what is in the best interest of the child. Well, in this legislation, they say that the ASC doesn't have to meet at all to discuss where this new child goes to. Now the author says, well, these guidelines are pre-approved applications. And if you think about pre-approved applications, well, you're incorporating an adoption agency to sit on that pre-approved committee to decide where that child goes. Of course, they're going to have an advantage to this. So there's so many red flags on this. And all we're trying to do is, okay, let's just have these guidelines and rules and regulations for people opening up adoption agencies to follow.
You know, I went on their website. So we're talking about a company that has set up shop on Guam. They even have an Instagram, by the way, Ohala Adoptions. And if you go on their website, which is ohalaadoptions.org, there's a pop-up screen, and it says, "We're thrilled to hear that DPHSS is concerned about adoption service regulation. Proper regulations protect all adoption parties, and most importantly, the children. Now is a perfect time for everyone to review these laws, ensuring adoption is safe, legal, and that all entities are held accountable to one standard. Our services adhere to all current Guam adoption standards, and we will continue to maintain compliance with any regulations put in place."
Which they should, but they're not telling the author of this legislation to incorporate rules and regulations. She's the one that's been objecting to incorporate rules and regulations for adoption agencies coming to Guam, well, people wanting to open. Now, don't get me wrong, there are rules and regulations that public health follows, as well as any attorney that gets involved when it comes to adoption. I mean, how do we do it currently without the adoption agency being on Guam? We've been doing that for years without this agency. And there are guidelines to show how to go about adopting. And CPS, public health, is there every step of the way to ensure the best interest of the child. This legislation puts this adoption agency at the front line. You know, it doesn't provide any kind of accountability in the first place for this adoption agency in order to get to the front of the line. And that's all we're trying to do, is to provide that.
Sounds pretty simple, but let me ask you this. So we had a public hearing in April. You had CPS, DYA say, yeah, we oppose this. Public health said, oh, there's all kinds of issues. You guys bring up these points on the floor, but then the governor swoops in with a letter that just trumps, I guess it's supposed to just trump everything that was ever said on the record about this measure from the various department heads. And now here we are where the governor says, I don't care what these career professionals are saying about Mary Torres' bill. We love it 1,000%.
Well, that's something obviously for the public to look at and come to their own determination. I mean, you would think that this should be a non-issue to begin with. You would think that in wanting to move forward this bill and make it a good bill, you know, you can't do this halfway with something this serious and this important. I mean, like I asked my colleagues, I mean, would you take your most valuable, you know, possession that you have in this world, in the physical world, and just hand it over to anybody, you know, be it your favorite diamond ring, your pickup truck, your cell phone, and know that there's no formal requirements that the person you're giving it to has to meet in order to have possession of those things that you think are so important. You know, we're talking about our children in this community. We want to continue to make sure they're safe. I'm sure a lot of people at the table that have come forth, they have the very same concerns, especially those that actually work in this field. You know, people like Terry Uggan who've made a career, and I really feel for Terry because he's been put in a very unusual position. I mean, he's a career public health employee working with CPS, and he is the current deputy at Department of Public Health, and certainly the governor of Guam is you know, his boss. So I'm sure this puts him in an awkward position, but I do appreciate all Terry did was simply formalize in writing what he had relayed a couple of months ago. And as I mentioned on the floor, had we had that roundtable discussion to further review this issue, I think we could have produced an even better bill that would have been reflective of addressing these concerns rather than having this bill rush to the floor and then having to bring this up and having to make this argumentative, which something we could otherwise be getting up as we do with a number of bills and supporting it and moving it forward in the process. I mean, this was unnecessary. And this bill is not perfect. I mean, this bill has this key issue in our view that needs to be addressed. If this amendment that Senator Tello has put forth and sponsored is included in the bill, I would be happy. I would be happy to vote for it. I wouldn't have to be raising an objection. But because to us, and looking at this outstanding concern still exists, it's very hard to simply celebrate and say, yo, this is a wonderful bill. By all means, let's vote for it. We can't just look at the personalities that are at the table right now, Chris, because that's always changing. When we put laws in place, we can't have the laws just be about ourselves and our personality and who's who and what's what. We have to ensure that what we're putting in law is something that's going to stand the test of time, and that no matter who, and eventually everything changes. None of us are permanent, including people that are representing the current adoption agency on Guam. So we simply want to make sure these are the standards, these are the requirements that public health has to go in and determine that they're meeting these requirements. This is our public standard here. And if that's in place, then I think we have a level of comfort that we would be more than happy to support this bill. But I think to simply object and not incorporate, you got to wonder. I mean, it's not like we're trying to add something so, out of, outer space.
No, I think
into
that's
this bill.
interesting
We're adding
because
something that should be really the most important thing, actually.
it's a new
that we include
it's a
in
new
this bill is
industry,
to make
right?
sure that our children are protected.
Right. It's a new industry, and you're right. I don't understand what the blowback is about either. It's Ohala Hawaiian, OHALA, but I mean they have a business license on Guam. They have a website that apparently is updated pretty frequently because they got a big pop-up there about public health. They've got an Instagram. They have a business license. So are they currently doing adoptions, and are we concerned at all that...
But there's nothing regulating them. There's nothing, no standards or anything regulating them. If you ask me, it's almost similar as the attorneys, that are going through adoption. But it's the funding part. I mean, it's scary because of what happened in the Marshall Islands. From paying a mother $10,000 and then turning around and charging the adoptive parents $40,000. That's very concerning. I'm sorry to go back to this, but I just want to give your listening audience some of the one of the first concerns, second concerns that the governor had wrote in her letter to Senator Torres. And it's ironic that she addresses it to Senator Torres instead of the legislature, because she's saying that
that's her girl name. It's her gangs.
Right. It's ironic. Shouldn't it say, dear senators, Hafa-Day senators, public health and Lieutenant Governor Tenori and I fully support this bill. Why is she just addressing it to Senator Torres? But when Terry wrote down all the concerns that he brought in, the governor tried to counteract, like you said, Chris, and one of them that is really disheartening, and I plan on making an amendment on the floor, so get ready, whoever's listening. She says here that on the second concern regarding the timeline for monitoring of placement for up to 1 year, as discussed in GCA, already allows for residency requirement to be waived by the court if it is satisfied with the best interest of the child. So the comment that Terry had brought in his concern was the issue of up to 1 year. Currently, the law says that an individual, a child, shall be monitored in the placement of the adopted home for at least 1 year. Terry provides a comment stating that, in my experience working in BASA, Adoption and Custody Unit, Holt International requires 4 years monitoring period for the placement of a child in a prospective adoptive home. Guam only requires a period of 1 year in comparison. I recommend we maintain the current position of 1 year monitoring period. So according to the governor's letter, or whoever wrote this letter, if you look at GCA, it does says that a residency of at least 12 months, but can be waived by the court. But in this law that's proposed on the floor, it goes to the Guam Administrative Rules and Regulations, which is separate from the Guam Code Annotated. These are rules and regulations that are set forth. And in the rules and regulations, it clearly says that they put a period of up to 1 year under the guidance and supervision of social service, or the guidance of an adoption agency duly licensed under Guam. So you have rules and regulations saying one thing, and then you have the Guam Code Annotated saying one thing. So which one does public health follow? It's not clear. Not clear at all. So that's what we're trying to correct, some of these issues in this bill that clearly does not, change the laws in the Guam Code Annotated. And Senator Paris actually brought something up about that. If you're changing this, wouldn't you change the Guam Code Annotated? So this is wrong from the governor. What this letter that she writes is contradictive to do two different sets of rules and regulations in the Guam Code Annotated. So it doesn't make any sense. But more importantly, you hear from Terry saying the time frame for children to be monitored in their new prospective adoptive home is 4 years. 4 years. But Guam is only having one. And now you're saying a period of up to 1 year? That could mean 1 day. Okay, we're done. This family's good to go. No need to monitor the child anymore.
Yeah, but it's because we're kind of running out of time. But I did want to ask, so is the bill still set aside, or what are we going to see? Are we going to see Senator Mary Torres hold up the governor's letter and be like, oh, concerns addressed, voting file?
Right. But I think it's our colleagues that need to really see the difference between a person who's been at public health for decades and who's actually a foster parent himself,
right,
who deal with this all the time. Look at his letter and then compare it to the letter sent by the governor. And it's their conscience. They're going to have to make a decision when it's time to vote and what's in the best interest. I think a couple of our other colleagues, other than Senator Paris, Speaker Therese Chalayi, Joanne, and myself, that actually moved in the direction of, we do need rules and regulations for a new code. And that was Frank Bloss, who actually supported the amendment to create rules and regs. Now we set the bill aside, and we're addressing the new hospital. We're in the committee of the whole. We're going to come back. We're going to come back, and we left off on the bill the amendment that I proffered to provide rules and regulations for people who are opening up adoption agencies. That's where we left off, on the floor, and we're debating that on the floor. So hopefully my colleagues will, hear from the public, because it's obviously, it's obvious they're not listening to reason or reports or experts in the field. They're not listening to them. So hopefully the public, if you're listening, please write to your senators and let them know it's as simple as this. Incorporate rules and regulations for people who are coming from off island, who are not even from Guam, opening up adoption agencies on this island. Let's bring safety to our children first.
Welcome back, Sabrina.
I know. Wow.
You want to go back to the airport and leave again, or what?
No.
Oh, man. I don't even know what to say, guys. I don't even know what to say. I want to bang my head into the wall. I really do, because you're right. I mean, Terry Uggan, this is a guy who knows what he's talking about when it comes to adoption. And I just can't believe that, once again, I mean, we saw this with this political privatization of the tax collection. You had the deputy Reverend Tax come out in opposition of the bill. Then they twisted her arm and put her somewhere else, and made someone come out and say, "No, we love it." We're seeing the same thing happen with this. So yeah, it's just,
Chris, this is what you call politics rearing its ugly head.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is one of those issues again.
I got to give it up to you two though, because you keep getting beat up. You and the speaker and Sabina, and they're just like slamming on you guys all the time. You got vice speaker slamming on you. You got the governor slamming on you. It's deadly down in the legislature. You got to watch your back, even within your own party. Holy mac! Feel for you guys.
Well, we just got to. We didn't run to be,
And then we're getting. I mean,
there's a reason. There's a reason that we're here, and there's a reason that we can stand and speak about what we believe is important to us, and that's why we're here. I mean, if we're gonna worry about that, then we can handle it. I mean, there's a reason why we're here. I mean, we're speaking from our minds and from our hearts and from our experience on what we believe is important for this community that we live in, that we're a member of.
Yeah.
And, you know, when you see these kind of political dynamics going on, and trust me, we know it, we see it, we smell it, we see it. And that's all we can do. We're bringing this issue, you know, you asked to talk to us about it. We're certainly more than happy to talk to you and your listenership to bring these issues to light. And make people aware of it, because ultimately it is their government, and it's for them to decide what they want and the leaders that they want. We're not here to play that game. There's nothing that I need personally, Chris, that I need politically. There's nothing I need personally that I need politically that I don't already have or can acquire outside of the scope. So I don't need a favor. I don't need a job.
You already have
I
the
don't even
EFIT.
need the election. You
already
know?
have the EFIT name tag.
I'm here for a reason and time to push these issues that are of concern, to protect this community that my family lives in. You know, that's really the bottom line of why we're here and why we do what we do, and bringing this to light. I mean, that's not, you know, what are we going to do? We're not going to run and hide on these issues. I mean, otherwise we have no business. We have no business sitting in the chairs that we are to represent our public interests.
How about that new hospital, though? Did you want? Or you want
You
to?
know, I have to say, yeah, the people of Guam are holding us accountable. They hold us accountable for what we do. And if they find that a senator is not doing what's in the best interest for the people of Guam, and it's self-serving, or, you know, your buddy who's opening a business or something like that, it's not following guidelines, then I ask the public, please call your senators who you feel are not being accountable, and let them know that you're watching, and let them know that you don't agree. Or maybe if you do agree with them, you know, I think out of 100 emails that I get that don't agree, you know, it's probably about 98% don't agree, but you only get that 2% of those who actually write to you and say thank you for all the hard work and sticking your neck out, you know, and doing what you're doing. But that doesn't, we're not in for it for all the glory or anything like that. But the most important part when that comes in is when you play a part, the community plays a part, and calls your senators or emails your senators and tell them, we are not happy with this and you need to do something about it. That's what we need. And that's, I'm hoping that the people of Guam are listening and do that. Be a part, make a difference. Senators are not the only ones that can go out and make a difference. You, the public, can make a difference. In fact, you make a bigger difference than any of us senators could ever do by speaking out.
Thank you for your time, senators.
Well, thanks for having us on. You take care and welcome
Come back anytime. You guys are cool. We're cool. You're cool. We're not. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Okay.
Wow.
Take care. Have a good day.
Right
Bye-bye.
on. Okay.
Take care.
Yeah. Welcome back, Bree.
Miss a link, miss a lot.
I tell you, you missed a lot of links. Yeah, it's been pretty hot. Pretty hot.
Is Terry Uggins still at Public Health?
I don't know, but man, I feel, dude, I feel he's such a good guy. He came on. When was he? He came on here.
He was last. He
During
was last on
containing
several.
COVID?
With Melanie Brennan. He came on with Melanie Brennan.
Yeah,
right,
and then
yeah.
also Tyler's interviewed him for like a bunch of things.
Yeah,
and he's always
yeah.
incredibly accommodating. You know, never turns down an interview request.
How could the
for us.
governor do that to the guy, bro? That is just wrong. That's so wrong. You get a guy who, I mean, clearly his center is working with the kids. I mean, foster parent, adoptions with public health, and
Can you give me the quick recap of what happened? Because this is really, I'm
Cliff
finding.
Notes version.
yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean, what happened was they had a public hearing in April, and Terry basically said the same thing that was in the letter, and then
And Melanie testified
Melanie
during
said,
that,
yeah,
right?
there's a lot of issues with it. I guess they didn't change anything with the bill because apparently they knew the governor was backing it.
Mhm.
And then so
It hit session floor?
It hit session
Okay.
floor. There was a pretty hot debate with Senator Tello, Senator Joanne, and Senator Mary Torres, and they were basically saying, hey, this adoption agency, like, we need to establish rules and regs for adoption agencies on Guam. And Senator Torres was getting all mad. She was like shaking, and she was like, no, public health oversees everything with kids, so we're good. But that's not, I mean, Terry obviously wrote a 2-page letter which basically put in writing all the concern he raised back in April. And the concerns he had, I mean, I sent you the letter. They're basically like, we're just giving this adoption agency too much leeway, too much say, too much involvement in places where it should be public health leading the charge. Yeah, and so to me, when you got a guy like Terry Uggan, who for decades has worked in this field, and undoubtedly, I mean, I don't take it the wrong way, Gov, but he just knows more than you. This is his realm of expertise. I'm pretty sure Terry wouldn't go and tell you how to be a nurse, you know what I mean? But I get it. She's the boss lady. Right at the end of the day, it's her administration, and she could do these things, but I just think it's bad look. It's a bad look when you trust, because we got to trust the professionals, guys. Don't trust the politicians. Don't trust the politicians. Come on. Really? Got to trust the people, the career people who do this for a living. Right?
So he wrote the letter.
Yeah.
And then the governor wrote her letter.
Yes. So he wrote the letter because there were those concerns on the session floor. So he was like, okay, here's my letter. And then we talked about it yesterday. And then late afternoon, the governor came out with her letter that basically said, throw away Terry's letter. This is the new letter. And this was addressed to Senator Mary Torres, but it was CC'd to all senators. And if you read the letter, to me, it basically is kind of like a flag. She's throwing a flag saying like, oh, hey, we support this. All my girls down there at the legislature who, you know, Tina Munia Barnes, all the special interest people, get in line. This is our thing. Let's go. So that's where we are now.
But you said that the bill was pulled?
Well, they did a set aside, right, because of these concerns. But now I'm thinking that because the governor
wrote the letter
and said, oh, no concerns, nothing to see here. Terry's facing the wall in the corner. You know, now that that's come out, I can just see Senator Torres and Vice Speaker and Senator Shelton saying, all these concerns have been addressed by the Magahaga. And I mean, we're talking about the adoption of children. It's pretty, I mean, we're not talking about, you know, leasing cars, or we're talking about actual human beings, right? And they're valid concerns. What happened in the Marshall Islands, global human trafficking, sexual trafficking of children, it's very real. So I just don't see, well, like, why don't we want to go the extra mile to ensure the children of Guam are protected in this? What's the big deal? Why wouldn't we want to do that? Yeah. It's insane. They're treating this like just another special interest political bill that's got to get rammed through, when it's so much more than that. It's I don't even know. Like I said, I don't want to bang my head in the wall, because we should all be on the same page when it comes to the children, right? Let's look out for the kids. Let's make sure the process is in place, and let's trust the people who do the job. Yeah. Welcome back. Anyway, I was going to ask about the new hospital. So it's going to be a Manila, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so they had, there was like was it an informational hearing yesterday?
I believe so.
Yeah, so Lillian was down at the legislature. But guys,
Yes,
I mean,
yes.
we've had her on a bunch of times about the new hospital, and she's always saying Manila. So
And
that's
she
where
actually gave a few reasons to justify that, and she
Right.
said because it would be so close to both GCC
Correct.
and UOG, they could have student teaching, or I'm sorry, the physicians could do teaching
nurse.
over there,
Right,
and,
yeah.
and the practical ones could come over.
This is a center of, right,
Yeah.
it's a big, this is the $1 billion.
It would-
Wait, no, she
$1
was.
billion.
So there's a
would also be easier
they're trying to build like this big medical facility.
Yeah, right. That's what the governor was mentioning.
Yeah. So it's
Would it
$300
just
million.
Is $300 million, or that's the money she's kicking in from
she set aside.
ARPA money? That
Oh,
right?
by the way, there's still no plan.
Okay, yeah. It was the
Okay.
first thing I asked. I think
I
when I
know.
walked in, is there an ARPA plan yet?
But let me just tell you, Bree, what we had Dave Della Sola on, and I don't know if you saw, but there was an economic forum last week, and they come out with this program where they're going to subsidize the hiring of unemployed people into private businesses. I think to the tune of like $9.25 an hour.
Yeah, he said $9.25 an
for
hour,
the
up
first-
to 480 hours.
Right, yeah. And so we asked Dave, where's the money coming from? Because I thought it was like some, federal labor money. And he said, it's going to be American Rescue Plan.
Oh.
Yeah. So we are seeing, although the senators did submit their plan, whatever that was, I mean,
$9.25 an hour is not bad.
not too bad. It's not
That's-
PUA,
Yeah,
but
that's a livable wage.
yeah, it is.
Livable where? Here?
Not really. Well, in the States, because the meat is cheap, it's very livable. In fact, I think I worked for $9.25 an hour in the States, but this might have been a little bit ago. So anyway, so apparently there is a plan with this money. It's just not written down anywhere. Because if it was written down anywhere, I guess we could FOIA it. So we've got Dave is saying 25 to 30 million coming from American Rescue Plan, right? We had Carl on the other day, former Governor Carl Gutierrez. He said they're still getting their 20 million. So there's 20 million for GVB there. So if you kind of piece
the
hospital, there's 300 million minus 300 million from that. And
Rise?
The All Rise, which was
Well, the governor said the law said 30 million,
Right.
but that's before she changed it to expand it to
All Rise.
Right.
Right, yeah. So apparently this money's going fast. I mean, if you think about it, 300 million for the new hospital, that's half the money right there. Just boom, gone. Then you got 30 million for this, what is it? Business para Itauto? The one Dave was on?
That was Dave was talking
Yeah,
about.
yeah, yeah. So you've got 30 million for that. You've got 30 million plus whatever else. Oh, because now we got to pay the GovGuam employees because the governor was so butthurt they weren't going to get a rise. So that's going to be like however.
No, she said 30.
Oh, so she just
because
like
the law
squeeze.
said 30.
Right, yeah. But the law said 30. It was for the private sector employees. But now that they're going to fold in these retirees and the government employees, you guys are going to get like $2 each.
And then you have the COVID differential pay that's still owed to all these GovGuam employees,
Yeah.
mayor's council, the nurses
Yep.
at public health.
So while we
So basically, the question that you guys have been asking for like the last 2 months about how this money is going to be spent. Anybody listening to us or watching us like right now could
totally.
have taking notes could have
Yeah,
just figured it out in Microsoft Excel.
God, I don't want to like shame some of the senators, but yeah, if you really listen to the link, guys, we've had all the directors on, and a lot of them have said, yeah, we're getting this much from ARP.
Public health, 17, I think.
Yeah, 17 mil. But yeah, it's just unfortunate because I felt like the senators, they really had very lofty aspirations in the American Rescue Plan spend plan that they submitted to the governor. I mean, they were trying to do some really ambitious things that I think would have taken care of some like generational issues, right? Like getting infrastructure to Chamorro Land Trust, like giving money to Waterworks so that we don't have to pay for a rate increase, like putting $14 million to scholarships for professional and technical students who need to go off island to get the schooling that they have to get and then come back and contribute to the island. So there were some like I felt like wow, these are good things. They're not, short-term things. They're really long-term solutions that, I mean, Congressman St. Nicholas was right. We're never going to get $600 million again, ever, from the feds. I mean, unless this Delta variant turns into another pandemic. But yeah, I mean, but if you tally up 300 million new hospital, 30 million business para Itauto, 30 million for the RISE Act.
That's 360 right there.
Yeah, that's 360. And then whatever else, the COVID pay. How much was that? It's a lot, basically. So yeah, I mean, we could go back and go through these interviews and talk about 20 million for GVB, right? So they're 20 million marketing, and then they were also going to get $18 million for the Matapang Beach project. Right. So that's 300 million for the hospital, 30 for the RISE, 30 for the business para Itauto, 38 million for GVB. So that's $398 million.
Yeah.
Yeah. But then the senators in their plan had come out and said, oh, we want to, how about we meet halfway and we do 200 million for the new hospital?
You know what they need is some computers over at the airport. When I
Lord,
arrived
yeah.
yesterday.
Let's talk about that. The delays.
Okay, now you're speaking.
There wasn't a whole lot of people that were arriving last night from Japan.
Now you're speaking my love language. We're talking about computers just like regular terminals, or
Yeah.
you're talking about you want them to go like all super decked out fancy.
No, just the ones at work. So anyway, I came through and I did what GVB and airport announced about filling out that custom declaration form electronically. So I did that before I left, thinking, oh wow, I'm going to experience this. And
you came back through Japan, right?
Yes, I came back through Japan, and I also got to experience, public health, the verification. So I land and I start going through, making my way, go through immigration. Then I get in the line for customs. So first they were like, where'd you come from? All those standard questions. And then I showed them my QR code, and it wasn't going through. Like I don't know if it was going through or not.
I hate it when that happens.
So then they made me go to, they searched all of my stuff because they said my baggage, the dogs were alerted to it.
Whoa.
So, like, okay. And I was like, am I the only one that did this customs declaration form? And they're like, no, there were other people. And I go, oh, because, it didn't seem like it was working. I'm like, oh, we're having some computer problems and we're working out the kinks and what have you.
So you didn't do the face thing?
No, I think the face thing is different.
Oh.
I didn't have to do the face thing. It was the customs form. Do you bringing in any, whatever?
Bringing in any weed from Vegas?
Well, no, they asked me if I do I have any weed or plants, and I'm like, no, Anyway, after they searched all of my stuff, I had to go back right before you go out, and they do another check of the QR code, and it must have been like 4 times, and I was like, is there something wrong? Like, oh, the computers, and we're just working, the same thing, we're just working out the kinks, and I was like, all right. But the other part was when the public health, remember when they were supposed to set up all those, I thought they set up computers at the tables, right, so that you could do that verification.
Yeah.
I don't think there was any computers. It was like...
so what were people saying? Were they like, oh, what the hell?
I wasn't concerned about anybody else. I was trying to get out of the airport, get home to see my son,
Of course.
And I was so tired.
Yeah.
And I thought, okay, I'm good to go because I did everything I was supposed to do before I boarded the plane back in Vegas. But you have to fill out a health declaration form while you're on the plane. Which seems like, man, I wish I could have done this online. And I don't think that's available yet. So I get in, public health, they're at their tables, and then they asked me, well, do you have your secondary verification? And I was like, wait, I thought you could pull it up on the computer. I got vaccinated here in Guam. Like, oh, no computers were having problems. But here, fill out the declaration, form. And I was like, okay, I declare, yes, I was fully vaccinated on this date and that date. And they were like, okay, you don't have to quarantine. I better not quarantine, jeez. So anyway, it was just like a long...
So how long?
Maybe like 45 minutes.
Okay.
I think because they searched my stuff.
Yeah.
Like, God.
Because you look suspicious. You look like you might be packing about 8 pounds of weed in your suitcase.
I don't know, but it was like...
Well, to be fair, she is an associate of Chris Barnett, so
Yeah, I was like, what are you looking for? What, the dogs or what?
But to your credit though, because I've traveled with you before, and I know the way also that you travel when you go with anybody, is you always do laundry before you travel. Some people just put like their funky socks and their dirty underwear and everything like that. But I'm sure your baggage was like in good order and everything like that.
When I travel, when I come back, I
wonder what set the dogs off.
I have no idea, but I only had the one check-in, right? But he was like, the dog's alerted to that baggage too. And I was like, no, because that's my hand carry. So he couldn't have alerted to that because it was with me the whole time.
I know. It was the Trader Joe's I know that you brought us.
Yeah, where's the Trader Joe's?
Broken out
I thought you brought Trader Joe's.
It's like, where do you work, ma'am?
Oh, wow.
Because I was like, I had equipment in my other bag with the laptops and the ring lights. And he's like, well, where do you work? And I go,
are you a YouTube star?
Media.
Right? You're like, don't say KUAM. they might be mad at us. I don't know what Chris might have said yesterday. Tell them KUAM. It's like, 14 days in a hole.
Quarantine.
So did you hear that they're doing away with the quarantine if you have a negative PCR test starting on Sunday, right?
On the 4th.
On the 4th, right?
Independence Day. Fittingly enough, on Independence
Because
Day.
they still haven't scaled down the quarantine facility.
Right.
Right? They're still using the whole big...
Oh, they didn't do the consolidated
I don't know.
yet? Isolation
I
and
don't
the
believe,
quarantine?
I haven't heard anything.
Oh my gosh, so we're still paying for both?
Yeah, Cortex still rolling in the dough. Yeah.
I thought they were close with the consolidation.
Oh, yeah, well, So I wonder now if you get a negative PCR test and you come in, you skip out on the quarantine. What do you guys think? Dr. Hoa was texting me because he's on vacation, taking his daughter out to college.
Dr. Hoa, fill out the paperwork for the customs.
Yeah. Dr. Hoa.
Do both.
I don't think they're going to screw with Dr. Hoa.
No, so he was telling
I
me,
doubt
he
they're
was
gonna
like,
have to ask him where he works.
he was telling me, he's like, dude, Chris, over here in the States, the Delta variant is surging.
Mm-hmm.
No.
He was like, wow, and now there's a Delta Plus variant. Right? And so we just saw in L.A., they are reinstituting mask recommendations.
They're rolling back their previous policy.
Even for people who are fully vaccinated.
Yeah, and they said if you've gotten both shots or with the Johnson & Johnson, you gotten the first one in Los Angeles County, because Delta's spreading so fast and so wide, they said that basically we're rolling back our previous executive order for their population, and they're like, even if you're inside, wear the mask.
Yeah.
Inside anywhere.
And I mean, if you're kind of looking at this, but the long term of it is next year, our vaccinations are going to be up. So we're going to have to get vaccinated again with the booster, is what all the doctors have said. But we've also got this Delta variant surging. So, I mean, it's got to come down to the timing, right? And they seem to think that this Delta variant is I mean, preliminarily, it shows that people who are fully vaccinated can be protected against it, but they don't really seem so sure. If LA County is saying, even if you're fully vaccinated, wear a mask because of this Delta variant, it's very concerning.
I did the whole time.
Yeah.
I was masked up. I didn't care what, if everybody else in Vegas didn't have a mask on, but me and my family and I, we all had our masks on, double mask on the plane.
Wow.
I got to tell you
My
guys.
People make fun of you?
I don't know. I didn't care. You know me.
I know you don't care, but were they looking at you?
I think because if you're not wearing a mask, or if you're not wearing a mask, it says you're fully vaccinated or whatever. But I didn't care. I just had everything on.
I gotta tell you guys though, I go on social media sometimes and I'll see on Facebook or Snapchat, I'll see like friends of mine and what they do like in various parts of the States, all across the country and everything.
My hands are so dry.
I get cringy just watching that stuff. I mean, people having like pool parties and they're like, here we are in the floaties, woo! And there's like 40, 50 people there. I mean, they're all together. And I was like, okay, they're all vaccinated, but personally, I like the way we're doing things like here because I'm neurotic and paranoid anyway.
I know. But it's interesting because we sit and we say like, oh, the quarantine is too big, and now we're letting people skip out on quarantine with a negative PCR test. But given that we've been doing this show for over a year, you know that negative test is just a snapshot in time, and we've seen many cases of people come in with a negative test, but then they end up having COVID, but just not at that moment in time.
Did you guys see this? It was a press conference, 10:30, officer involved shooting the office of the Attorney General.
Right, so that was yesterday. Last night.
Today.
No, I mean, but the shooting was.
Yeah, last night.
Right.
Actually, when I came in, I came to pick up my unit here, and Isaiah actually was coming in because Isaiah actually covered that breaking news with the shooting, and that's when he had mentioned, the person that was shot had passed away.
Yeah.
And I was still trying to catch up, like, wait, what happened?
Yeah, so I don't know. Do we have details on that?
Yeah, so just for some context and everything, of course, as Bree just said, it was an officer-involved shooting in Tamuning. Happened just before sundown yesterday at the Hemlani's commercial building in the Central Village. A man that was shot was eventually pronounced dead at GMH, and a Office of the Attorney General-led independent investigative team was formed due to the fact that there have been recent developments of standard protocols surrounding, and I'm quoting here, law enforcement's use of force resulting in death or serious bodily injury. And when I was reading the news earlier, we said, like more information is expected. I guess, that's so 10:30.
Yeah, and then they kind of started this whole process with the shooting death of Xavier Tatautau, right? Where they had come out. I think the grand jury had determined, and then there was also a federal entity that had determined there was no overuse of deadly force or, anything like that.
Okay, now Bree, given that
it wasn't a violation of the color of law.
Right, yeah. So basically they said it held up. But I mean that one officer shot like 30 bullets, that's just crazy. I don't even know. How does
given
that hold
they've
up?
actually declared a press conference maybe like what?
I mean
16 hours after.
How many? 40.
40.
How do you shoot 40?
No, I'm curious to say, because they've announced the press conference about 16 hours after the actual event. Do you think they'll be announcing anything substantial, or just the fact that we're looking into it?
No, it's probably just yeah.
So just preliminary.
It'll take time.
Yeah. I was gonna say I'd be shocked.
I mean, do we
if
know
they
anything at all about
who was shot?
Who was shot, and not just what did they respond to? And
I don't.
we don't.
I don't think so. I didn't didn't see the press release.
So maybe that'll come out at 10:30.
Isn't Paul supposed to be coming on?
Very funny. He's been.
I thought he was.
Yeah, he was. Well, he's gonna. Apparently, we're going on tomorrow. He said he had a summons. Been having a hard time getting him on. Chief, though, I've been getting the chief. We did have that cool interview, Bree. They caught that little sniblet of where we were talking about cold cases. And we talked a little bit about your podcast, Crimes Without Conviction.
Yeah.
But he was basically saying that because there's no resources and a shortage of officers, that they're not able at this time to kind of stand up any type of cold case task force.
Well, I guess this podcast will help a lot then.
Yeah. But you know what I thought was interesting was when he had said that, in about a year when we get that crime lab up, we're going to have the DNA testing capability. They're going to have to hire people, train them, and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But he did say that that's a big part of any type of effort to re-examine cold cases.
This is also interesting because Bree and I did we did a morning up, or what was it?
Starting lineup.
Yes, thank you. We did a starting lineup. We did a live stream out at GCC at the forensics lab.
That's the GPD forensics lab.
Yeah. So 2 years ago and everything, and they were taking us around and they showed us that the staff is really highly trained. I mean, these are specific scientists that are have gone through police training. And that they're trained in forensic investigations, and they've got all this tech. But even they said they're there's a lot more we could do, and a lot of it is it's systems, it's techniques, and everything like that. But even back then they were saying hopefully this will come out in a few years, and so here we are. And you said
they can do certain things up there at the lab. I remember they did the blood and I think maybe urine and bodily fluids,
right?
And they do the ballistics for the guns.
That one was
the drug testing.
That was really interesting to me because this thing is trippy, Chris, because it's this long tube, right? And they said you can actually put a handgun or a rifle or a submachine gun and something in there, right? And then you seal it off at both ends, and then some chemicals go around, and then you take it out. And basically, it creates a negative fingerprint, and that's how you can print somebody.
Mm-hmm.
And then I wasn't trying to be funny, but I just said during the live stream, and I was like, wait, officer, is this the same technique that they use in that one scene for Beverly Hills Cop? Do you remember that? They took out crazy glue, and then they put it in a fish tank, and they went there and they go, that's exactly what it is.
Mm-hmm.
And it's basically bonding,
But part of that too is just making sure that they have the staff that are trained in doing that, because like we've been talking about with the chief, so many people are leaving and they're losing so much institutional knowledge. So hopefully, when they have this stood up, the new lab, that they'll have people to man it.
Yeah,
and the team that we talked to over there, they said there have been a lot of people at GPD that it takes a long time to get ready for that kind of job too.
I mean, it's just a shame to me that they just don't have the support that they need from the public safety chair, because he's so conflicted he can't even really be the public safety chair. Yeah, it's just another one of these things that makes me want to bang my head into the wall, because Lord knows the cops, they need the support. I mean,
all law enforcement.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, we're not talking about. I mean, yeah, of course. The pay is a big one, but the equipment, the gear, the personnel, right? And it was just
constant training.
When talking to the chief about it, it was okay, we want to do it, but we can't because we don't even have enough officers for patrol. So it's very frustrating. But one thing you did talk about was I ran into a retired officer, and he was telling me that they had conversations with the chief about some of the older officers, even some of the detectives, maybe returning to the department on some type of basis, right? I don't know if it would be part-time or consulting or whatever. But the chief had said in the event that they do have a cold case task force, then that would be when they would try and fold in some of these older personnel who have that institutional knowledge about not just the cold cases they're trying to look at, but just generally speaking,
Yeah, and when I talked to the chief about this cold case, it's not cold case, but crimes without conviction and cold cases, he was also giving me suggestions on some of the officers that used to work in CID that I should reach out to, because when the chief was in CID, he didn't necessarily respond to everything. There were so many agents back then. And so I'm looking forward to working on some other ones and reaching out to some of those previous CID agents and working with them on some of these cold cases that, should be brought up and hopefully spark not necessarily an interest, but
Some
make people
closure,
more,
maybe.
yeah.
I mean, that's the most important thing is you open up these cases because
Mhm.
you feel like there's a chance you could solve them. And we see that, man, with these true crime podcasts and just documentaries. We've seen so many times, whether it's inmates who are getting out of jail because DNA evidence is, proven that they weren't involved with the crimes
Mhm.
they were accused of or even convicted of.
This case, though, gosh, that was really. I don't know if you watched it. Anybody who listened to it.
Yeah, people did watch
that
it and listen to it.
was
Bree.
really hard. I mean, even just
Yeah.
talking to the chief about it and how emotionally, I guess, distraught and upsetting and frustrating to go back to that place was for him.
We were talking about
and
that
even,
earlier this morning.
Attorney Tom Fisher. Oh God. I mean, there were parts of the interview that I just didn't use.
I know. Those are the
but-
parts that I want to hear.
And it was hard listening to it because I wasn't here when the actual murder occurred.
Right.
I came months later.
Yeah.
And I remember.
What year was it?
It was in 1996, February 1996. I
Okay.
didn't get here till June 1996.
Gosh, I
but
wasn't
I'd
even born
always
yet.
hear, but I'd always hear about this particular case, and another reporter was covering it. I want to say it may have been Grace Lee.
Yeah.
And when the verdict came down, I used to work the 2 to 11 o'clock shift when we had a late edition newscast, and my news director, I think it was Carmen, who said, "Go down to the court right now." The verdict was read. And so I went down there, and some of my friends at the court were like, "He's coming out through the bottom in the garage." And I ran down there and tried to get Bo Bruneman. I was like, what is your reaction? Why did you really kill her? All of that. And he didn't say anything. And if you see some of the other video, he just kind of had that look on his face.
He had like a smirk.
A smirk on his face. In almost all the videos that I saw.
Like
And it was
the perp walk that you played during the podcast, he had that kind of like
That smug look. Or
Yeah.
I mean, it's almost the same look Nicholas Moore had in his Florida mugshot.
Then he had the other rape case, right?
Yeah.
And in that rape case, it was dismissed, I believe, without or with prejudice for that case.
Yeah.
And then he had that, there was the other case after that when he was leaving the airport and the cops picked him up and they pulled him off the plane. And I'm not sure what happened to that case. And it was just like I think it was maybe a burglary or something like that down in Tumon. But nobody knows where he is today.
Yeah.
I think even, I asked Tom, I was like, "Do you know where Bo Bruneman is?" He goes, "No." We tried to Google him. I tried to Google him.
Yeah. There's a lot of Bo Brunemans in the world.
Yeah.
Yeah, so good job with that, Bree. And guys, if there's a case or a crime or anything that you want Sabrina or the KUAM Podcast Network to maybe take a closer look at it, don't hesitate to slide on into our DMs like it's home plate.
So I guess the obvious next question is, when does the next episode come out, and
great.
do you already know what that's going to be about?
I do have an idea.
Well, let's just talk about some of the big cases
Well,
that you
some
would...
of the cases that I know eventually that I'd like to take a look at. It's the Jennifer Mesa case.
Yeah,
the
Jennifer
one-
Mesa. This case is she was 16 years old. She stayed you pass DOC coming from Manilao, go down the hill. I believe the residence was like once you hit the flat. The house is still there, I think.
Beautiful, beautiful girl.
yeah.
I want to say she was a model,
I think she was definitely.
and she was murdered.
Yep.
And I don't believe there's never been a conviction in that case.
Yeah, there's a lot of speculation about maybe it was an inmate who had broken out of jail and committed the murder. I
Or
believe
may
she
have
was
been on work
stabbed.
release or work detail. Then there's the Michelle Mtiako
Right,
case.
yeah.
There is a case. It's in Saipan, and this one I'm leaning towards doing this one.
The two girls.
Yeah, the Luke sisters.
Yeah. And so you actually, the feds, can I say that they reached out to you?
No, they the feds are actually. It's the 10-year anniversary, and
Has
so
it been that long?
Yeah, and that's
since that
crazy.
happened?
It's crazy. I mean, and I think one of the senators brought up this parallel, but it's crazy that we're talking about these sisters and kids missing and the possibility of trafficking, and then also with this adoption bill and how loose it seems to play with the lack of regulations for these entities, which, I mean, we've seen in the past some shady business. So, yeah, I mean, is that the one you're looking at, though? Because that too is just like, how do you have two girls disappear like that on a small island like Saipan. When people talk about this case, they talk about all kinds of things where they taken on a ship, right? Because there's a lot of shipping that goes through Saipan where what do the feds believe happened? No clue.
And that's why I think that it might be an interesting one to look into. But yeah, this year marked the 10-year anniversary since they've been missing, and the FBI is offering a $25,000 reward for information regarding the whereabouts of the Luke sisters.
Right, and they had even released some pictures where they had used a computer program to kind of like age them a little bit, Jay.
So those are just some of the cases that I'm kind of
and you know what to me I think is pretty interesting about this podcast that you dropped, Bree, is it's also spurred discussion with people about even crimes that were committed in the past on Guam that had convictions associated with them. Right? So because of this discussion where, especially with younger folks, and they don't know the Diana Oli case, when we start talking about it, it's natural for like older people to be like, oh, what about that other case? You know, what about Hermes Santos? You know? I mean, there's just a ton of
that case. I think even the chief we kind of went off on the side talking about that. You know, there was an arrest in that one.
There was.
But that's the case that any kind of crime that dealt with children, boy, he almost cried. I was like, oh my gosh, I'm getting
choked up right now.
That's a case that Greasy K. Annan really worked on for a while.
Yeah,
right? I remember
so
that. That's when I first started at KUAM.
Hermie was a 12-year-old boy. Yeah, it's hard to talk about. But he was murdered. And just the details of the case were, I believe they burned his body, right? His bones. And was it drug related?
All I know is the chief was like, it was hard for him to go to the, every year the domestic violence, they have those, that ceremony at the court.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And since that case, it was very difficult for him to go to be a part of those ceremonies because it just kind of reminds him of.
You know what gets me, Bree, about this? Is it just me, or does it seem like we had way more police resources back then? And I know probably part of it is that our population was smaller. But why is it now that we're the richest we've ever been in the history of Guam, but we can't afford to keep our community safe because our elected leaders, some of them don't feel like it's a priority?
You know, I remember a line that former police chief Joe Cruz, told me when I was interviewing him for KUAM Next Trip several years ago, and he said, he goes, part of why they were really trying to do this community-assisted policing was, he goes, Jace, I could actually take, if I had enough personnel, I could take a patrolman and put him on every single street corner on Guam, and it still wouldn't be enough with the amount of crime that we're having.
Yep.
And I remember that distinctly, and I was like, wow, man. I mean, when he framed it like that, I was like, that really drove it home.
Yeah. There was a couple cases I wanted to talk about on our website. It really gets me, man. And I don't know, what is the process, Bree? Do you know it all? Because I'm seeing way too many of these people committing felonies while on felony release. Right? Don't you see that a lot?
Mm-hmm.
Like, did something change? Like, did we used to keep people in, or is it because of COVID that they're just letting these?
The press conference is 10:15 now. Oh boy.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know, Bree, offhand? I want to read you guys this
why
story.
Why we're seeing that?
Yeah. Why do we see more of these felony on felony release cases? But let me read this one to you.
Because the judges are letting them go.
Yeah. What's up with the judges letting these guys out? A man allegedly pulls knife on kid playing at park. That's a headline I never want to see. A man on felony release allegedly brandished a knife in front of a kid playing at a park. Jeffrin Juan Comas was arrested and is facing charges of terrorizing and child abuse, both as third-degree felonies and both with the special allegation of possession and use of a deadly weapon in the commission of a felony with notice of felony release, as well as assault as a misdemeanor. According to court documents, in the early evening hours of June 26th, a man was with a 9-year-old and a 13-year-old at the Lencho Park in Dedido. While the teen was on a swing, another man, later identified as Comus, appeared asking if he wanted to be pushed higher. When the teen said no, Comus allegedly pulled a knife from his waistband and stood in a ready position, bladed stance toward the teen. The teen told police Comus appeared to be drunk. Oh, big surprise. The other man then approached Comus, took a photo of him, and asked him about the knife. He allegedly denied having it, but when he lifted his shirt, a knife fell from his waistband onto his lap. The man also suspected Comus was drunk. Comus was found by police 3 days later and identified by the victims. According to court documents, he's on felony release for a February 2020 incident. He allegedly assaulted a woman, demanded she pull out money from her account for him. Although the victim refused, Comus took her to the bank and allegedly struck her in the stomach with his arm and threatened to kill her. He then complied with his demand, and the judge was so nice to let him out. Thank you so much, Your Honor. Way to go. BS. Comus goes by several names, including Jeffin Comus, Janae, Comic, Jean, and June. He's also listed as either 31 years old or 26 years old.
You can get it right.
Well, because they get arrested and then they give a different name every time. You know what I mean? Yeah, but what is going on with that? I wish we knew more about the process, the train of thought that goes into. You get a guy who, and it's really the judge's discretion.
Yeah.
Who threatens a woman, says, take money out of your ATM. She says no. And then he beats her up. Threatens to kill her. And you let him walk out on the street, and then a year later he's threatening kids at the playground. What's wrong with you judges?
And that's also something that when Chief Ignacio was first nominated, and we did a whole starting lineup with him, and he was talking about how he meets with the mayors. And that's been one of the things that the mayors have brought up to him is how some of these people are repeat offenders.
Oh, God. Repeat offenders.
Yeah, that they know, they report them, and something else happens, and they're like, wait a minute, this guy was just picked up before. So you're right. It's like kind of like this never-ending cycle.
And there's such repeat offenders that police know them by like 10 different names. I mean, that's how many times they've had a run-in.
And can you imagine, like, the police officers that have to respond, and then they're like, we just picked this guy up. What is he doing out?
Even the police officers want to bang their head in the wall.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you're right. It is first. We had police officers reach out about this stupid-ass no confinement policy the DOC had up until very recently. And they were like, there was one guy that they had, I mean, this guy was charged with like 10 to 15 different counts relative to car theft, and they had like booked and released him, and then he went and stole more cars. Yeah, so I don't know. It's just so frustrating. But I think the worst part is that these people victimize our neighbors and our friends, and these judges just let them out to do it again, and they do it again. 9:58. KUAM TV, thank you guys for jamming with us today. Bree, we got just a couple minutes here. I just wanted to, because, you know, we shared with the audience that you went back to the States because your parents weren't, well, they needed you there. Did you want to tell us how everything's going for you? You all right?
Yeah, I'm all right.
Okay.
Yeah.
KUAM TV, yeah, we're going to say bye. Okay.
Yeah. Real quickly, though, I did want to just going back to the crimes without conviction.
Please.
I just wanted to give a big thank you and a shout out to Vic Fallon, who helped produce and help edit that together. It
Right
was
on.
a significant task.
Well, now you can do podcasts. Now you can do podcasts. See, there's a silver lining.
So thank you, Vic, for your help, and also just thanks to Attorney Tom Fisher and Chief Ignacio for, you know, talking about it.
Right. Yeah. And yeah, definitely Vic. He's got one of the flagship podcasts with the KUAM podcast network, the One Micronesia podcast. So
No, I was
always
going to say
working on it.
thanks, Chris, too. 'Cause
Oh,
he helped
thanks.
with that.
Oh, thank you. We could just end the show right there. Huh? Not every day you get thanked by Sabrina Salas Mantonani. Well, you're welcome. And thank you to our sponsors, Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, ITNE, and Jack in the Box. It's 10 o'clock. KUAM TV, thank you so much for jamming with us here on The Link. My name's Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
Esta. Adios!
Catch SportsLink on the KUAM News Morning.